Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good morning. My camera, I forgot to turn it on before I started streaming, so it's smaller today. Morning! Hello, darling. How are you doing? Nice beanie, yeah. I have a collection of beanies I'm going to start wearing. How are you? Got my coffee. The new year. Happy New Year. 2020 is done. We're done with that. Never have to talk about it. I literally just got out of bed, brushed teeth, and came to sit down. Nice! Well, good morning. Glad you're doing well. By the way, your progress on your sculpts look amazing. Keep it up. I love watching you post on Twitter and stuff, so keep it happening. I am... Where is my There it is. Alright. I got stuff. Alright. So good news is I want to show you guys what I've been working on this weekend. And then we're going to get to some Iron Giant stuff. We're going to try to start the articulation process. Kind of dabbled it a little bit last week, but we're going to go really serious with it now. Thanks. My vacation's up after today, so I'll be a bit slower about things now. That's okay. Take it while you can, you know? So I'm glad you had time to work on it. That's important. Okay. Let's see here. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Turn that down for a second. All right. So, cool news. Hopefully. My computer hasn't been off all day, but it's going to be hard to see. I can't really show it, but I have these pieces. Vegeta's arm. So check this out. This is right here. This is my articulation study as it stands right now. I'm gonna go buy like a toy or two later today from like Target, and I'm just gonna basically buy a toy to tear apart and make sure I can figure out the rest of the body part. But I was watching the Hasbro 2019 Zbrush Summit for the 20 millionth time, it seems. And I pretty much try to follow along with an arm. And this is what we got. So, full range of motion. Here, I'll kind of show you too. So, put these pieces up here like this so you can see what's going on there. But what's really, really neat is, so, you take this guy right here. Let's go ahead and click this. So, we have the ability, if it pivots on the axis, to kind of come up here like, and it comes up, it will stop right about there. So this is about as far as it can go, which is slightly less than 90-degree angle. Bonjour, good morning, Martin. But if we go ahead and take a look at it, we get that range of, we do get at least 90 degrees, which is articulation standard apparently. So getting that 90-degree angle, at least that's a good starting point. Morning, peeps. Morning. So this is about where it was last night, and one of the pieces failed. In fact, which piece was it? This piece right here failed last night on the print. I think that's my fault. So we're going to go ahead. I'm reprinting it now. But I want to show you guys that. So I'll be posting in Discord about that. But I wanted to let you know my articulation process and my test studies. It's really a very interesting process. It's kind of like you just got to do it. There's really no way. It's kind of weird. You just kind of have to do it. Like, it's a very funky thing. So I wanted to show that off. So hopefully you guys like that. But yeah. Where was it? Yeah, lots of fun. So excited. So many action figure ideas. Oh boy, yeah. So yeah, I just need to kind of tear stuff apart. But what's interesting is it seems to be, if we go back to, so while Stream Raiders is loading up, what seems to be generally simple structure of an idea. Everything seems to boil down to a ball and basically everything boils down to a sphere and a cylinder. That's it. So Lisa. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, hey, guess what, guys? Guess what time it is? Ringriders! Let's go ahead and get that going. I'm gonna go ahead. It's a 4, but death is here at least, so I think party's here. So now you guys can do it. You can do it. You got time. I just started it when you said don't start it. Anyway, so there's that. But yeah, so I want to show you guys that articulation process. We're going to be doing more today, but let's pull up the Iron Giant, and we're going to I'm going to rethink how I'm going to be doing this articulated piece in general. Made a little bit of a mistake on one of the things I want to do here. Let me see, is this it? Yeah. I made a bit of a mistake on this one, so we're going to go ahead and kind of double this back a little bit and then go from there. So let's actually go ahead and remove, what's this one? Okay, now let's remove those. So I'm going to be kind of reworking this a little bit, but in a good way. So we have a lot to do today. Articulation can be boring, so bear with me. My armies are tied up at the moment. The heck? I start this for you guys. I'm just kidding. But here, real quick, let's see if we can get a close-up on it, because I do want you to kind of see where I'm at with it, but my camera's all funky. Where is this? There's my face. Okay, so you can get kind of an idea, but I do have the arm printed. I just don't have the piece yet. Well, yes. Wow, you're aggressive this morning. Anyway, all right. And I'm thinking actually that my action figure, I was gonna do a 6-inch figure, but in all honesty, it's probably best to do more of a, I think I want to do a 7-inch, just so that I have a little bit more printing room with the Iron Giant, because there's some things about him that's pretty, well, he's pretty skinny in some spots. So I really want to make sure that we get the right process. So we'll definitely articulate some spots. I think he's going to be easier in nature to articulate because we don't really need to get too complicated. Just need to have certain aspects. Like I got to cut essentially right here for his torso to turn. His arm's going to be the most complicated, but that's pretty much just the ball socket that I think we're going to do with it and have it rotate around. So it might... So yeah, we're gonna play with some stuff and see what happens. Fighting a war on 3 fronts. Of course I'm aggressive. Nice, nice. So also too, you guys have to let me know if it's something that you're interested in watching as well. If articulation seems a little bit boring when you are looking at it, just let me know for future streams. And keep it as simple as possible. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna post some stuff real quickies. Like I'm live. I'm live. Still live. Okay. Copy and paste that one. There we go. Boom. Easy. Okay. Alright, let's get into it instead of just talking about it, because why not? Let me load in another tool, number 5. No, I loaded in 5. Load 4. There we go. Okay, let's start with 4 again, and then we'll go from there. Okay. I'm going to save as. I'm going to save over 5, just because I made some mistakes, and I want to correct those mistakes. But yes, we're going to be good. Oh, sad girl isn't here yet. Who are we talking about? Oh, really? She's just quiet. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Well, cool. Well, if she's here, we'll have to say hi. All right, guys. All right. What up, man? What up, Peter? Peter. Okay. I want to show you something. Peter. Look at this, buddy. Look at this. Look at this. Good morning, cat. Hold on. I swallowed wrong. Morning. That's what she said. Yep. Nice joint. Yes. I want to show you guys this because it's the last piece is printing right there. Awkward but sick. Yay! I wanted to show you because we were talking about my articulation studies yesterday and other stuff, and so I wanted to show you. This is where I got with it so far. Now, what's interesting is I printed this piece right here separately by itself to lock into here, but it's not a lock. It's actually it should pivot. So the idea here, this is kind of my little trial, is that this arm should also, if we do this real quick, this arm should also be rotating in and out like that. So that's hopefully it. I wanted to show you that before we get too invested in the Iron Giant today. But we need to start with, we need to scale him, so. Good, man. Starting class tonight and going to try to have all my reference done during lunch. Nice, man, nice. That's good. Okay, so let's get into the scale process first. The thing I learned the most about articulation is you definitely have to make sure you scale your model to the size you're going to be articulating so that you get all the correct points, because there's about 1 millimeter. 1 millimeter is like the golden number for articulation. So that's what we're going to strive to do. So we want to make sure that all that is as good as possible. So, and we'll have to find good points for articulation and then cut into those points, basically breaking the sculpt and then rebuilding it. So let's do that part first. So even though we have our man here that sets the scale for the actual model, we need to also set our actual scale. So let's go to 1-inch cube. Let's go ahead and bring this down. And we're going to want this about 7 inches tall. So we're going to set the pen. We're going to go ahead and drag this out. So it's about right on top, and then it snaps back. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just hitting 1 on the keyboard to repeat that. Cool. That's what we're going to want. Go ahead and auto groups. Now let's grab everything else. Put this here like that. We're going to scale this down. So this will be about a 7-inch action figure. Which apparently, I didn't know this, so I thought this was kind of random. But did you know that there are licenses for the sizes of action figures you're allowed to actually sell? I didn't know that. Like, I think like Hasbro has like the 6 to 12-inch licensing. And then there's like weird sizes and stuff. There's like weird laws. I think that's fascinating. So, okay, we're gonna have that. Let's delete the hidden now that we've scaled that the way we want to. Send this back home. And then let's go ahead and actually set the scene for this number. So we're gonna go the Scale Master set scene. Call this 1.37 millimeter, which is totally fine. Go 25.4 millimeter, which is an inch. And then we're going to go ahead and resize subtool. License sizes, yeah, it's a weird thing. I was going down this history, this rabbit hole history of like articulation and toy studies, and apparently there are some there are some lines of action figures, like let's say Marvel, for example. If Hasbro has a Marvel line, they usually get granted a size along with that line, so nobody else can make a Marvel toy between 6 to 12 inches, let's say. So if that's the action figure that license they got, they also get a size tied with them. And I find that fascinating. Only if it would do the same with sex toys, right? Yeah, so not only will you get granted a license for the type of toy you can make, you'll also be granted a size that you and your company alone is allowed to make, which actually explains a lot of things, because if you look at Hasbro, they have a very specific lineup of toys, and then they also have a very specific size range that they work and operate in, and that's very important. And so, kind of going down the rabbit hole in the history of everything and like all these toy companies over the weekend, it was very fascinating to find out that sizes will also be part of the proprietary license they get to distribute the toys. So it's really cool. It's really strange that they can actually do that. It really is, yeah. It's very bizarre. But I find that extremely fascinating that kind of helps control competition a little bit too. So that makes sense why Sideshow, for example, has such big statues with some of their product and nobody else has those giant statues. And I know like Sideshow, for example, gets the Star Wars stuff. So like Hasbro probably gets Star Wars action figures. The Sideshow would get the statue side, and then they have sizes attached. It's really cool. It's fascinating. I don't know if every contract's like that. It's just something that was mentioned in my studies last night, and I thought that was fascinating. So you can get sued for making a fan art with that scale. If I was, yeah, that's the thing. So if I were to turn around and try to sell this at a competitive line, probably. But you know, again, none of my fan art. I don't sell fan art, so that should never be a problem for me. But yeah, if I ever did my own, yeah. So that brings in a whole nother ball of wax. All right, so now we have our 1-inch cube. Let's go ahead and just rename this 1-inch cube. This 1-inch cube is also important too, guys. I like to send my clients the 1-inch cube as well for those who print, so you can check the scale with your slicer to make sure that it's the right size. So then you know you're getting exactly what you're getting. It's a good way to check ZBrush stuff. All right, so that's done. Now let's get into like actually finalizing him and then breaking him up in a way that we can articulate him. And I think, honestly, it might be best just to kind of separate some functions, dynamesh it all, and then get into the articulation stuff. I think we should start with the easy stuff, like the pivot points. But I'm thinking, like, it actually might be wise to split these legs up separately and have this be a pivot point. I don't know. Wait, let's figure it out. Emmy! Rush! Yeah. Hello. Oh, hey there. How are you doing? Emmy, you're here now. I wanted to show you. I'm showing it off because I'm proud of it. Showing it all off. Where are you? Bloop. Nope, that's not it. I did this part last night. There it is. I did an arm for Vegeta. I'm articulating him, studying some ideas. So this is the pieces that I'm working with. And then, of course, if it's about 90 degrees, almost 90 degrees. Yeah. So this is what we got going. Yeah. So I'm going to be buying a couple more toys today to rip apart, because I found a toy in my kid's room. It was Bakugo from My Hero, and he's 22-point articulation. He's pretty cool. but I can't tear this guy apart. My camera's a little wonky today, but I know why, so I'm not going to fix it. But I can't tear him apart. He's too happy. But my son didn't want him, so I took him. So, looking at him a little bit. Pretty excited. Oh, yeah, real nice. I mean, if you want to learn this, I really want to learn this stuff too. Have you just been winging it, or did you find a guide anywhere? That's the thing, Emmy. There is no guides anywhere. Kind of winging it, but the biggest saving grace, and I'll show you guys right now. And this is the one year that Zbrush Summit was annoying in one aspect, and that this host was really, really, really trying to be funny. And he wasn't super funny. He was more like, let the guy talk. But I'm telling you, this is the Paul Bennett, I think his name is. This is the guy you want to watch. Guys, if you want to learn articulation, he goes through a very simplistic process, but he talks a lot about the industry, and you kind of just have to follow along. So yeah, I think I remember this. I was there. I was actually in the back. I didn't know Shane Olsen at the time, which is funny. But I was in the back, the very, very back, watching it, taking photos while this presentation was happening. So, which I thought was pretty funny. It's funny to watch something that you're sitting in the back, but I didn't have a question or anything. I didn't understand anything at the time. The host is objectively terrible. Yeah, he was a little hyped up that day. Because you know what? Like this year, he was there, but he wasn't the main host. He was a guest, and he was a lot tamer. So I feel like, it just didn't work out. That's the thing, is I've seen him in other things. He was usually fine, but for some reason this time he was a little aggressive. So anyway, I digress. Doesn't matter. All right, I'm going to take this point real quick. We're actually going to, but yeah, honestly, just been winging it, Emmy. And yeah, it's just one of those things you just kind of just have to do it. Which I find to be a little interesting that way. But what can you do? Likely nervous. No. Yeah, Lewis, I think his name is, yeah. Yeah, no, he wasn't nervous. He's usually pretty energetic. But that's the only point of the presentation that I was like, ugh, I really want to learn this, so stop talking for a second. It's nothing against him personally. I was just like, dude, stop. Lots of high school AV teacher energy. Yes, yeah, that's what I would call it for sure. Yeah. But still very enjoyable. It's just distracting from the video itself. So that's the part you kind of had to like skip through a little bit. Plus it's live. They were taking questions. So yeah, he is a teacher for sure. Yeah, sometimes people get a little excited. Have those on maybe. Yeah, I think he was. I think generally he was just overly excited. I got nothing negative to say about him. I like him as a whole, but that one video in particular, he is dialed to 11. And I only say that because if you're gonna try to follow it as a quote guide or a follow along, there is a unfortunate natural break of distraction that occurs while you're like trying to watch it. So I was trying to, for the 80th time, skim through and mark certain spots I can just skip to and watch so I can focus on the study part instead of wondering, I know how to answer that question. It's okay, you'll wait for my tutorial. That's a good idea. When I get it and I get it good, I will probably, it's gonna be, if I do a tutorial on it, it will be an in-depth tutorial. And that will probably be on like my Gumroad or something with like with a short gloss over on YouTube. I haven't figured it out. There's still a lot to do. It'll probably take me like a month or two to get it locked in, but I'm excited because it could mean work, and I like work. So I'm excited. All right, we're gonna go ahead and split hit it on this because we have this guy right here. What I want to do is actually close these holes and then mirror and weld it. There we go. I think it's going to be good. We're also going to take this section here, take this and pivot this all the way over here, and then mirror and weld it so that it's more uniform. You deserve work. Yes, I know. I need it. I need it bad. Okay, guys. So, to articulate this beast of a character, let's break up. That's the other thing too. I'll be 100% honest. I was really nervous trying to go about the articulation process. So, and I'm thinking what we're gonna do. We're gonna keep it simple. So I think we're going to start doing like we'll do it on one side and then mirror and weld that. Like we'll mirror and weld the joint when we get to it. But I want to make sure I'm happy with the sculpt first before we move on. Man, that guy was less than enthused. Alright. Alright, what do we got here? What do we got here? Oh, that's what I need to do. How was everybody's New Year so far? What have you guys been up to? Oh, I think I might have accidentally done an accident. Ooh, okay. Sorry, I think I just... Yeah, well, not sorry, but I really just got excited all of a sudden. I think I made a happy accident. All right, let's merge some of these together and then let's go from there. Okay, yeah, there we go. There we go. So we're going to go ahead and merge down some of these like this. And then merge down this. And then let's not do dynamic subdiv and say we did for fun. And then I think I'm going to need to make this a hotkey shortcut, but we're going to go ahead and do group by normals. So then we can go ahead and crease all polygroups. So when we turn on dynamic subdivision, we actually get some nice creases the way we want it to be. Yes, perfect. And there we go. That's beautiful. Let's actually apply that. I hate follow requests on Insta. Yes. Are they the follow requests where they say, like, this person wants to follow you? Because I don't like those either. Like, I've gotten emails from it, and I'm like, this person does not want to follow me. I'm telling you right now. All right. So I think what we're going to do first is I'm going to, once we separate everything and get it all locked the way we want, I think then I'm going to go ahead and start placing points on where we want to articulate it, and then go from there. We're going to go ahead and not rename. Yeah, then we'll rename this hand. Yeah, I don't have private Insta, so anyone can follow me anyway. But I hate the ones who follow you expecting a follow back. Yeah, I actually agree with that statement. It is... Yeah, there's nothing nice I have to say about that. Those are annoying. I get the idea behind it, but that's very 2000... That's very 2008 of them. That's such a follow for follow thing. Yeah, that's not really what I care for. All right, foot. Okay. Okay, what we're gonna do is merge. So we gotta merge a lot of these bolts and stuff down now. So let's take this. We're gonna call this waist. Yeah, that's his waist, right? It's art, man. It's art. Let's merge that down. Okay, cool. That's arms. Let's move the arms down with the hands. That makes sense for now. Okay, cool. All these bolts, we need to merge that to the appropriate place. Do that. Wait, That's not a thing anymore? If your work isn't great, I really don't want to be spammed with it in my feeds. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. I know, Peter, it is crazy, right? Yeah, it's a very weird thing. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Merge down. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like I want to support my fellow artists and stuff like that, but you know, show me your work, I'll take a look at it, and then yeah, if I like it, I like it. I think Instagram's just kind of gotten crazy since Facebook bought them. Hasn't been my favorite company. Hence why I don't have a Facebook account. Well, I do, but I don't. Anyway, enough of that. Enough of that. Emmy, how's work going for you? How's life and everything happening? Down. Go. Yes, perfect. Let's go ahead and apply the subdivision on those. What I want to do too real quick is I want to actually auto groups. And what I want to do is turn around and actually bring this up a little bit. So going to scale up these two in particular, just to make sure that the bolts actually are embedded in armor, that it welds correctly. Last thing you want is a bolt that's not going to weld correctly. Loads of stuff to do. Company is busy. Exactly. Means I'm still employed. Yes. Morning, bro. How you doing? Morning, morning, morning. Oh, wait. Hold on. I missed a bunch of stuff. All right, let's see here. Never just jumped on into the bandwagon until I started to work in the industry. Yeah, exactly. Well, you're still employed, so yeah, it's like you're doing something right because you're still on the job. Exactly. See, there you go. Positive vibes. That's how you gotta look at it. Yeah, it's weird times right now, so... Okay, so here's my thought for the articulation process of his arm, which is where we're going to start once we dynamesh everything. But everything is based off of a sphere, so we're going to build a double... we're going to build a double barbell. And that's going to use to rock so that his arm can move up and down and side to side. We'll just basically give him radial motion. So, and we'll try to hide that within inside his arm socket so it still looks like he's the robot, but that it's perfect the way it is. And we're probably going to go with something like a 1mm cut, which in 3D printing, that's actually pretty big. I may even go a little looser just to have some snug, but I don't know. I may have to start getting into some washers or the rubber washers for it. Okay, going to shoot some reference so I can get my animation planning done. All right, dude, have fun, man. Don't hurt yourself. And we're talking about wrestling and boxing yesterday, and 0 ICU. Don't do anything crazy. Yeah, Peter's getting an animation. He's in an animation class, and it's really exciting, actually. Yeah, let's go ahead and apply that. And let's apply this one. And let's merge down so that this is his whole head. And I think we're going to do the same thing with his head. We're just going to do the double barbell. And then that way his head can move up and down. And we'll probably have to kind of round out some areas and get that situated so that his head can move. So I have a feeling that we'll be punching a giant hole here and then allowing that barbell to sit on the inside, since that's how it seems that most heads are done these days. So I might as well do it the way it looks. Okay, so we have, let's rename this the head. This is the part that I was like, man, prepping just takes forever. Like it. Okay. Okay, we're gonna leave that alone. Here are the legs. Let's go. Well, let's actually call this the thighs. That's what they are. Thighs and hips. Go ahead and delete that. Okay. Let's go ahead and just apply the subdivision. Just apply the subdivision on everything. I heard the stream raiders. Okay. What we have to do too is create natural stopping spots so that he just doesn't all of a sudden fall over. Which, can you imagine? I made articulation so loose he just flops. All right, let's do stream raiders for those of you on Twitch, on YouTube. Hopefully you enjoy it. Stream raid us. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, it's a biggie. All right, guys, we can do this. Ooh, get it, get it, get it. I'm all by myself. I'm just walking. All by myself. Hey! Wow, that was the easiest sport we've ever done. Oh, what happened to my shortcuts? I can't wait. There it goes. Okay. Alright, it wasn't going on my side. Yeah, we did it! Awesome. That was weird. It's early. It's Tuesday. And card A 84. There you go. Alright. Okay, let's just hit the next 4, because why not? We're on it today. And I want to do my Shadow Flame Warrior. There we go. Support me, guys. Support me. All right. And I'm thinking what we're going to do is we're going to make a simple pin and hinge right in here. That then we'll just get a single pin. But what we'll do is we'll put like a knee stop or something so that it actually will only go so far forward. So maybe we'll put like a piece of steel or something in there. Like right about here. So, or like a little lip or something that comes up. So that way it actually stops. Or we'll angle it maybe a little bit like that. I think if we just put something here, it'll look okay. All right. That's the thing. You just got to think about all of this at the moment. Crazy to me. And then for the feet, I think the same thing. We end up putting like a pin right here. It goes through. And so we have like a little post that comes up like in this spot. That pen goes in. That will naturally cause this foot to want to rotate. And then we'll just make sure we cut some holes properly in the back here so that this part can actually rotate free. So we'll have to do that as well. Yep. Okay, cool. So this is the part of articulation I was really going over yesterday. It was like you just kind of have to plan it. I feel like you can't really wing it. You just got to sit back and look at everything. In fact, I think here's what we're going to do. I think we're going to lay out all the spheres on where we want that articulation, and then we'll go through and just do one piece at a time. And then we'll just mirror and weld the parts to get a true sculpt on it. So, we'll do the same thing right here. Okay, yeah, I think this is going to be pretty simple. All right, go ahead and apply all my... Get it all Dynamesh together on that. What's that? Yeah, apply that. All right, I think that will about do it. Get the head, legs, the waist above the thighs. Let's put the torso above the waist. Okay, we'll call this the shin. Okay. Okay. Arms, hands. Perfect. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're just going to go through each piece. Let's drop our plugin over here on the side because we're going to use Dynamesh Master with 0 blur. And we're going to do, let's do 1,000,000 to 1.5. Make everything Dynamesh together. It'll be easier to cut and things won't get crunchy. No. Okay, let's go ahead and do the same thing here. Of course, Peter, dude, you're killing it, bro. You're killing it. Oh, you know what? No, you know what? It doesn't matter. I was gonna do another point of articulation, but it would just be radial, and that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I was thinking like this part right here, but that's unnecessary. It's already pretty much the way it is. Okay. All right. This. Hey, Inspire, what's up, dude? Inspire, buddy. I want to show you something. As soon as this Dynamesh is the way it wants, we'll just go ahead and save it. So I'm gonna label this 6. Actually, articulate you. Prep. I'm gonna show you something real quick, buddy. I think you're gonna like it. And giant articulation prep. Okay. And let's actually rename this real quick so I can always go back. Here one. Okay, perfect. Dude, check this out, man. I've been showing this piece off because I'm really happy with it. It just needs to print. Actually, by lunchtime, it should be printed officially, but check it out. Check it out, check it out. Check this out, dude. Look at that. Just hanging? Nice. Look at that, buddy. Look at that. That's what we're doing today with the Iron Giant. We're articulating him. But I thought you'd get a kick out of that. And I haven't printed tails yet because I took a commission and I'm printing said commission. So I will get the tails to prove to the world that FTM is still a viable. FDM, not FTM. FTM is still a viable option. It will happen, I promise. All right. Oh, hey! Thank you, Death, for the host. Finally, I'm getting notifications back, so yeah. Excited about that. Nice, pretty cool. Yeah, right? So now my whole world of sculpting is opened up even more. And it's gonna be amazing. Super excited about it. Okay, cool. Okay. There we go. Hey there, Inspire! Ooh, actually, I realized something. Okay. What we're gonna do is actually pose the hands real quick. Because I want to make sure that they're at least they're the thing that I want. So we're gonna pose the hands before we dynamesh them together. That working the same thing? Okay, good. Making sure the other side was actually working. I know symmetry was turned on, but may come back since we're doing basic articulation. We may come back and do like something fancy with his hand later. But for right now, we're gonna go ahead and just go. It's gonna basically make it a cup right now. Let's see. I think I'm gonna do Pinky and the Brain today. Yes, do it, buddy. Do it. Are you feeling a little bit better, inspired? Yeah. If I don't get caught up in that to go again. As long as my day gets free. I don't like the prep for prints, so I have to stop. Oh, dude, I totally feel you. Then when I get lost, I get back to it. Yeah. I'm glad you're feeling better today. Absolutely. So I don't know why the MP4 wasn't showing for you, but I dropped a few photos in the Discord to show you. Oh, okay, cool. Dinar, hello, Happy New Year. Yeah, no, it was a weird file format. It was, what was it? It was WebM and M4V, and oh, I see the web now. Okay, I see it now. Okay. Weird. I don't know. Discord's been weird. You don't know if you like this pose. Well, you're still in mid pose, right? Here, I'm gonna show it. You're still in mid pose. You're still figuring it out, because I'd say the hands are not super dynamic, but it's getting there for sure. I would because she doesn't have a face really, with the bamboo in her mouth. I would definitely say you want to be really expressive with her hands a lot. But I think this is on the right track, man. I think this is coming along. It's still clearly blocked out, but I think this is coming along pretty nice, dude. So just keep pushing it. But I like it. I like that a lot. What's your reference you're pulling from? Are you just pulling from just random scenes in the show, or do you have a specific photo you're pulling from? I don't remember her dress. This part of the dress is throwing me off a little bit. But I don't remember the reference of it. I don't think that's there, unless that's supposed to be a fold. Oh, I see. Okay. That's right. It's part of the kimono. So it just got warped. Yeah, it's not complete. No, I think it's coming along great, dude. Absolutely. I would say just get really expressive with her hands and over-exaggerate her body maybe a little bit more forward, as if she's in like attack pose. But I think this is definitely on its way for sure. And maybe show separation in the kimono. Because it's a flap over, the piece that's on top will push the other piece in between her legs more naturally. So not so much dress-like, but more robe-like. You have another idea? Okay, cool. Yeah, play with all your ideas, but I think this is coming along very nicely, dude. Yeah. So yeah, keep going. I like it. You like her roided out? You like her roided out, man? Oh yeah. And she gets super, because that's right, she grows. That's one of her her abilities. For sure. Yeah, I like her chibi. You like her chibi form for sure. Yeah, there's a statue that's similar to that I'm using. I don't want to give her an upskirt. Oh, okay, yeah. I understand where you stood. Okay, let's go to polygroups. Let's go group by normals. Apparently that's gonna cause Zbrush to yell at me. That's okay. That's okay. Oh. Not like any of that. That's fine. Crease. There we go. Cool. And then let's go ahead and mirror and weld. That. Whoa. Okay. Okay. I see what you're doing, Zbrush. I see what you're doing, and I'm gonna double down and say you can't do that. Here we go. There we go. Yeah. Is it bad that I haven't watched Iron Giant yet? Is it bad? I mean, it's... it's, you know, it's a film from the 90s. So I would say no, it's not bad, but I'm not going to feel bad if I spoil it. Hashtag the robot dies at some point. But, you know, I mean, no, it's not terrible. It is a Warner Brother movie that definitely has Disney vibes written all over it, but it is a great movie. So, you know, just saying. New movie? No. Hashtag disappointment. Oh, that's awesome. I mean, but no, it's not terrible, Keenar. You just, you know, I judge no one. Okay? Just so we keep that straight. No, it's not a new movie. Warner Brothers did it in the late 90s. 98? Was it 98? I'm judging the fuck out of you. Demon Slayer movie that's out in Japan right now. Yeah, that's new. That's for sure. I hear they might skip seasons and just do movies, which is sort of lame. Nah. Yeah, that's a tough one. I can see that could be kind of lame, but also too, it might be just due to the pandemic and the way that they have to kind of factor in certain things. So I don't know. I would say it's definitely it's a hard call for sure. I don't think there's an easy way around this. I think it's going to be what it is. All right, so let's just do a simple hand like that. We can always come back and create more hands when we're happy with our articulated toy. But for right now, since it's more about articulation, we're just going to utilize what we have here and have a simple hand pose. Nothing too dynamic. Maybe we'll like adjust a couple things. I guess it's done so well. It's half spirited away. Wait, what? Did I miss something? Oh yeah. I can't wait to watch it. Yeah, it has been. It's been #1 for like 13 weeks, yeah. It's an excuse. I mean, you know, nope, you can't do it. I am the gatekeeper. My stream. I am control. I am in control. Okay. Well, everything seems to be relatively good. So let's go ahead and Dynamish. Nope. Never mind. I lied to you. Don't Dynamish that way. Let's go back to Z plugin, Dynamish Master. There we go. All right. But yeah, I want to see the Demon Slayer movie so bad. But yeah, I mean it's been in Japan. It's been in a country that they're allowed to move forward with their lives. So, you know. Yeah, what can you do? You know what? I think I made a mistake here on the arm, so let's back up a second. Okay. Gonna go ahead and grab these 4 arms. We're actually gonna go ahead and split hidden on these forearms. Hidden. So we'll actually label this forearm so we know what it is. And then we'll label this back arm. Because I'm stupid. There we go. Lurk away. All right. Now we'll go ahead and Dynamesh those. And Dynamesh this. This is what I love about toys, is I don't have to worry about the topology at all. Don't care. And that's nice. We're going to move his back arm of his torso. And then we'll move his forearm underneath said back arm. Go. Now we're going to go ahead and save away. This is just the prep process. Now we're going to start getting into... So let's articulate his head first. I think that's going to be the easiest thing to do. And then we'll go from there. All right. First things first. Let's take his head. Actually, before we do that, let's go with... Yeah, let's turn everything off except for his head. We're going to go ahead and insert... We're going to insert a sphere. I'm going to shrink this down. That up. And we're going to keep the poles facing upward, which will make it easier to put a cylinder. And I like to use it with no edge loops. Put double on. That way we can extrude that right out. We're just making a double barbell. Something like that. Set up a little bit. Go. Let's actually go ahead and send that home. Now we're going to go ahead and we're going to mirror and weld this, but on the y-axis, I think. So let's go to mirror and weld. Not X, but y-axis, and that'll give us this out the gate. Ooh, references filmed. Perks of working from home. Nice. Very nice, very nice. Did you run a marathon? Were you good? All right. Polygroups, group by normals. Go through, crease, polygroups. Go ahead and not decimate. Go ahead and yep, speak. That works. Subdivide a few times. Now let's go ahead and actually scale this down to fit the need. What we're doing. And really we're looking for a good range of motion. The range of motion will pivot starting here. So let's put the torso in. So we're going to want it to move at least a little bit. So we can go ahead and go here. Grab this guy. Go. Speaking of ref, you know how hard it is to find someone standing in that pose? Poses need names so they can be searched, right? Yeah, I completely agree. It is definitely a must. But what's interesting too, actually, we're going to go ahead and scale this down a little bit more so that we have a good wall thickness. What we want for the wall thickness, and you can measure this very accurately once your scene is set. You can actually grab this out. And right up here, right at the very top, if you look up here, it actually says 1.6 millimeter. So that's almost... Ooh, Darkstone Digitals, Raiden, buddy. Hello, welcome in, my friend. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you so much for the raid. Everybody, go check out Darkstone Digital if you like video games at all. you'll love his channel. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, Raiders. We are articulating today. It's always such a fun adventure. It's like solving a puzzle that has not been sorted yet. Hello. Yeah, guys, thank you so much for the raid. Guys, yeah, check him out if you don't know who he is. Check him out. He builds games. He's an awesome dude. How was your stream, dude? How was it going? What were you working on today? Are you still working on that? I can't remember what game you're working on. I failed you. I'm sorry. Okay. How's that going? All right. So let's turn the head off for a second. Let's actually see the range of motion. Actually, that's pretty good. If we keep it down in that little corridor, that's pretty decent. Good enough. Still working on my horror game. Nice. Very, very nice. That's awesome, dude. That is so awesome. Okay. So we have this part here. So let's take a look at our range of motion. His head would come down at least to there. And he would be able to look up about there. So pretty exciting about that. Nice, man, nice. Well, you gotta let me know when you're done with your horror game, because I want to check it out. And I know you post stuff on Steam, which that's also the other awesome thing. So I'm following you on Steam, so I'll know when you post. So awesome, dude. Well, for everybody who's new, like I said, we're working on articulation today. And that can get pretty interesting pretty quickly. So articulation, for those of you who don't know, is basically the movement of an action figure. So we are setting up the post right now. We're going to use simple barbell joints and cuts to ensure that all that works well. Oh man, Iron Giant. Been a while since I thought about that movie. I know, right? Yeah. Well, we were discussing me doing hard surface for a while, because I mainly do organic characters, and everybody loves hard surface, so everybody convinced me to do hard surface. And so I figured this was a great starter mech / robot to work with, so pretty happy with it. Okay, now that we have our main barbell there, we're gonna go ahead and actually let's put his head into, we'll call this a head cut. And we'll put the barbell into there, but we're going to go ahead and actually duplicate that barbell. And we'll call this head barbell. Everybody loves hard surface. Everybody does. Yeah. Head barbell. So this will be our final one. Actually, let's go final head barbell. That way I know that that's the size that we're setting, and we'll probably use that for other things. I have no idea why exactly, but this stirs up memories of, like, oh yes, Bionicle Crystal Dragon toys that came in big eggs that you put together. I adore those toys so much. Oh my gosh. Oh wow. I hadn't thought about those a long time. Oh my gosh. I have to look at those. What was it? Crystal Dragon toys. Oh my gosh. Yes, that's what, yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's crazy. Yes, oh my god. Yeah, that's... Yeah! Holy hell, yeah! Look at that. That's insane. I totally forgot about these. Ugh. What a blast of the past. Damn. I always wanted one. Oh, well, so send me a link. Send me a link on which ones you're talking about specifically. But yeah. There's so many of this brand. Look at the fully articulated figures. Yeah, send me the ones you're talking about. But okay, so we have our main barbell that we'll work with. And now what we're going to do is we're actually going to duplicate this one. So everything can be done from the barbell itself. So we're going to hit solo, and we're actually going to delete hidden on this one in particular. Now what we're going to do is actually turn transparent mode on the head, and then we're going to actually do local sim. What we're going to do is actually kind of scale this up, and we're looking for 1 millimeter range of motion. Which actually, if we just go to the inflate property, let's do that. Let's go to deformation, inflate, and it should be about, for me, 2 to 2.5 should be about 1 millimeter, which is that magic number for 3D printing. So nope. Let's go ahead and measure that out. We can do that. We can grab this part right here. Let's zoom in. Hold it. So that's about 0.3 millimeter. I would say that's a little shy, so we need to go a little bit bigger than that. Let me see something. Google, take the wheel. Let me find this. Mega Blocks. That's who made them. Mega Blocks. Okay. Let me look up Mega Blocks. Mega Blocks. Wait. Hold on. Okay. Mega Blocks. Were they the Mega Blocks? Okay. Perfect. Crystal Dragons. And now we're getting into Lego stuff. Oh. These guys. Right? Wow. Mega Blocks Lego's lame cousin. Yeah, pretty much. Yes. Oh my goodness. Okay, now we're going in the Blast of the Past. My mom bought me a case full of Mega Blocks when I was like, thanks. Yeah, nobody ever wanted Mega Blocks. You saw those? And you saw the kid playing with those? You just walked away. You never, Yeah, these are cool. Wow. Yeah, you didn't play with that kid who played with those blocks either. That's the funny part. Look, you could buy one for $43. If you ever wanted one, now's your chance. But what's really cool, it's hard to see, but I'm going to try to zoom in a little bit. What's really cool is you can see the articulation joint in this one in particular, so it looks like his arms his arm might flail out that way, and that's really cool. All right, that's cool, dude. Oh, so awesome. They did, yes. So I watched last night the history of toy articulation, and I'll tell you right now, that was insane. All right, let me use my mouse here. Let's go 2.5 again. Again, we're looking for that perfect socket. So let's go ahead and come on in here and let's remeasure that out. We're going from right about here to here. So that's 0.7 millimeters, almost there. Let's do another 1.5. Right about here. That's close enough. That's 0.9. Perfect. That is close enough, which is good. And then we can take this guy in general like this. And actually turn around and kind of scale this back so it's a little straighter. There we go. And we're going to use this, put above here. Yeah, there we go. We're going to use that. We're going to go live boolean. Let's turn the head back on. We're actually going to apply the cut. But you can see that that's not going to be big enough, so we're going to need to create another sphere that's going to allow this to get cut open more, but that will at least give us the main rocker that we need. We already... Hold on one second. I missed a lot. Hello, Con the Gamer. Hello. Yeah, I remember them because they were super posable. That's awesome. Have you already tried that website which creates emotes for Twitch without having to be an affiliate program? Forgot the name of the website. Oh, Frankerface. To be honest, I completely spaced on it. But Frankerface, yes. I have some stuff up there, but I haven't loaded anything there in a while. Thanks, Martin. I appreciate that. I need to look back into that. I'm gonna lurk for a while, gotta run for a bit. Alright, dude, thanks so much. Yeah, I think I really adored the teeny Mega Block dragons because the dragons and the toys came in slime when you open the egg. Oh, that's so cool! Man, totally forgot about all that. I totally forgot about, like, all of that. That's crazy. Okay. Oh, wait. I did the wrong one. There we go. Do this one. There we go. That's the part that we want. And then what we can do is let's go ahead and let's take this one more time. There we go. Go ahead and delete hidden. The solo mode back on. Now we're gonna cut this open even more. There we go. So we want that head motion. So we come back down to the bottom and turn on this barbell. You can see that that fits in there pretty decently. Yeah, I think that's gonna work out. I know, are you doing good? Awesome. Yeah, that's really cool. Now I kind of want one of those. All right, let's go ahead and... No, not that one. So let's actually duplicate this bar. Yeah, let's duplicate this one. I'm gonna take this guy right here. We're gonna utilize this itself, so we're gonna delete hidden. Then what we're gonna do is actually take our... We're gonna go ahead and take our C modeler brush. We're just gonna go ahead and add in a couple single edge loops. We're gonna delete these random edge loops that got warped a little bit and close those holes so that it's a nice solid part. Turn light boolean off for a second. Let's hide the things we don't really care for. Actually, no, turn that back on for a second. Kind of all over the place. There we go. We're gonna kind of cut into there. Now we're gonna basically expand this. A bit more, because we're gonna want that socket to pop in, but we don't want it to come out. We'll do something like that. We'll try that. Hello, hey Make Believe TV, how you doing? Imagine Boolean wouldn't exist. Oh my gosh, dude, tell me about it. Oh, Stream Raiders, thank you so much. Wow, see? This is where I'm at with articulation. I'm into it, guys, I'm into it. Thank you so much for the reminder. Bloop. Let's do it. Here we go. You might know how to add fog and render in Zbrush. It's a polyshape render as fog. Hey, Make Believe TV. So, yeah, you can make fog in Zbrush a few different ways. I'll show you the easiest way I've done it that doesn't involve it being a model. but it's a little bit of trial and error. So I'll give you an example here in a second. We did it! All right. Yeah. Good job, guys. Good job. I never doubted you all in a second. Emmy! Tardy! You guys are the item reward winners. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Rendering in Zbrush. Yep. If you just need it for the render, Make Believe TV, I would say the easiest thing to do is do it in Photoshop. But if you want to do it in Zbrush, so you just let's go ahead and save this out. So far, we'll save this as 2, and then I'll show you, like, if I wanted to have this have some sort of fog, what I would do as soon as it saves. Oh, hello. You guys know I love this song. Bump it. Okay. So if you want to do some render in ZBrush, you want to set up a few things. So let's go ahead and go over to our render tab. Let's set that over on the side. And real quick, just for some dynamic, let's turn on a couple lights. Go ahead and give it a backlight. Rim light, there you go. Like that. Okay. So you'll be dealing with BPR settings. So, and let's just for my sake, let's go to BPR shadows. So 0.65, 0.75, angle of 24. Render that back out. Okay, soft shadows. All right, so we want to add some fog. What I would do is actually deal with the BPR filters. Turn on the first one. It's naturally set up to noise. And what you'd want to end up doing is do... How did I do it last time? You'd actually want to do... Where are we? It's a texture. I believe... Where are we? Everything's moved. Texture overlay, I think it is. Then you want to pick a texture. And there's texture 16, which that's pretty natural. They have texture 5, which could probably work. But let's pick texture 16, and you get something like this. Just kind of gross. But then you can actually adjust the texture overlay. Kind of make it something like that. And then you can set the overlay mode to something maybe more like screen. You can set the opacity down. You can even play with some modifiers. You would just want to find, you can even bring in your own fog texture if you wanted to. This is kind of very weird and artsy all of a sudden. But the texture overlay adjusts the size. Let's see if we can find a better one. Try texture, there you go. Try texture 36. You can do something like this. It's not the best, but this is the approach I would take it, and then you would end up doing, that way it gives it some kind of dynamic. You can adjust a little bit of the mask border, some of the blur. You can even play with the depth a little bit. Go down over here, there's depth. Gonna scale that back down just a bit. You can get a little bit of fog like that. Hello! Since the ZBrush parameters and the sculpt off was to render. Exactly. Yep. So something like this gives you kind of a fog look. The other way you could do it, if you don't want to do is... if you don't want to deal with that aspect, so let's go ahead and turn that off. Did that make sense, this first part with the BPR renders, or the BPR filters? That part makes sense first? I don't want to go too fast. I don't want to Mike Popovich just yet. But that's how I would do, just for render's sake. The more subtools you add in, the more complex it's going to get. But if you want to do with controlled fog, then you're going to want to use a subtool. And if that's the case, you can go ahead and turn this off. And let's just go ahead and real quick, let's just add in, let's insert a sphere. And let's just Dynamesh it real quick. So go to geometry and just hit Dynamesh. And then what I do is get like the blob brush. Yeah, perfect. Okay. So I get like the blob brush, for example. And then I basically just start blobbing up little spots. Kind of make it look cloudy. You can even take the clay buildup if that's not working for you. Take the, what I would do, really what I would do is take the snake hook brush too. Start just manipulating that shape. So let's say we got a cloud. The gross one, but for demonstration purposes, we'll even take the, where is it? This is a fun one. I'll find it. Where are we? Spiral. It's a spiral brush. This is one of my favorites. If you want to do kind of anime style, spiral, there we go. Kind of twirl that a little bit. Make that cloudy. So let's say you got a cloud. And we want to have this here. Bring it down. And we'll have like stuff coming out of his eyes. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Let's say we got something like this. And snake hook brush. Scale that down. Okay. We have a cloud that's going to be coming out of his eyeball. There we go. Okay. Now, what you would want to do then is you definitely want to play with some sort of you're going to want to play with some sort of transparency. And if you go on the right hand side under display properties, Shift M so you can see, you'll have BPR settings, transparency shading. Turn that on, and that's going to ask you transparent option render is currently, would you like to turn on? Say yes. Now, if we were to adjust the BPR visibility and hit render, nothing would happen on its base material. You then kind of need to play with the shadows. So let's see if that works on its own. Change it to a material that actually would be a little bit better. So I would say like reflective. I would say like reflective, something like that. Go ahead and bake that. This part gets a little weird. That's why I don't recommend it. Go ahead and actually fill object. Yeah, this gets a little weird. I don't usually like doing it this way. Maybe just pick a normal, let's be real. Not working. Yeah, you'd kind of want to adjust this, but it's not working. I don't know why. Maybe shadows kick that up. Material blends. Yeah, I don't, that part actually confused me a little bit. Sorry, that's not working out the way I want it to. It used to be that simple. Maybe I'm missing something. But yeah, it's a little weird. I would stick with the BPR settings. If you know your render engine, you could also have fun with volumetric fog in Maya, for example. Yeah, but he's specifically talking about the sculpt off, having to render in Zbrush. I'm gonna look that up a little bit more because I don't know quite why that's not doing what it's doing. It should be doing that, and it's not. I don't like it. So, yeah, I would research transparent shading if you want to go a little bit more in depth on that. But I recommend doing the BPR settings, getting fog happening, and playing around a little bit. Yeah, sorry I didn't answer that question specifically with the... I'm going to look that up for you, though. Thanks for the demo, anyhow. For sure. I'm going to look it up a little bit more later and then play with that and get back to you for sure. But that's usually how I would do it, so I'm a little confused why it's not doing it now. Now I'm like, do that. Okay, well, I feel dissatisfied. You know what? I feel, no, I'm not going to let that sit that way. Here we go. Hold on, guys. Here, I will do this for you, though. Here, Zbrush, because I know where the answer lies. Zbrush, BPR transparency. Here you go. And I'm even going. See, I've watched it before. Definitely check this out. So even though I couldn't demo for you, check that out for sure. That should help you out. And if it doesn't work that way specifically, I'm going to research it too. So if I find another way, I'll let you know. But yeah, that will be it. That'll be a good way for sure. Okay. Might have been a bug with the mesh. Should have worked. Yeah, it should have, right? Yeah, I'm not quite sure why it didn't. It's okay. It's a feature, as we joke here. All right. Okay. So with that being said, now we have our mesh right here. So we're going to go ahead and just kind of take a look at this. And we want to see how it's colliding and how it's going to interact with each other before we make any final decisions. So we're going to go ahead and boolean this folder. Zbrush has a fog filter. Oh, they do, don't they? Is it? Doop, 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 doop. Doop, 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 doop. Am I not seeing it? Is it under BPR? I know they added radial. They have paint, sharpen, negative, paint, polarize, posterize, restore. Yeah, drop that where that's at. Let me know where. Hello, been lurking. Go to comic book. Nice. Just lurking, about to go to comic book hunting. Heck yeah, dude. Do it. All right, so now we have our head. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to turn on the barbell. And then we're going to invert. So we're going to flip normals of the head. Come down to the barbell. And we're going to turn on transparency. And we're going to kind of see how this interacts. And then make adjustments according to this. So for example, pull this straight down. This is obviously a huge gap. So this would just plop out. This isn't going to actually do anything, which means that we either increase the barbell or we decrease the cut that entraps it. So that's what we'll do. We'll actually decrease the cut that traps it. So we went a little too big, which is fine. So let's go back here. Let's go ahead and just delete this one. It's in there somewhere. Let me find it. It's not a volumetric fog, if that's what you're looking for, though. Yeah, let me know which one it is. I know you could do things with paint as well. Any one of these filters on the inside, if you come in, filter, any one of these could work. You could use paint to turn around, render something out, and then actually adjust the color of that, and modify it. But I don't see an actual fog one. Flat shading. It would be really cool if they do have it, though. But like, I'll use paint for glow effects. Vignetting, drop shadows are nice now. I'm glad they have that. That's good for text. But yeah, let me know where it's at if it's in there. And if you have a good process, or anybody else has a good process, yeah, please drop it, because love learning new stuff. It's amazing. All right, let's turn the head back on. Let's actually come in here. Let's hide the head. Let's turn off light boolean for a second. Let's take our cutter here. We're going to turn off the rest. I'm actually going to scale this down to be just slightly smaller than our actual ball. We want it to pop in, but we don't want it to just plop out. Let's turn live boolean back on. Let's try that. Folder. Yeah, but rendering in ZBrush gets a little complicated, and there's a lot of BPR filters you want to use. So if you're practicing for the sculpt off for next year, I really recommend studying more about the more into BPR filters. It could take you a long way. And what's neat too is now with occlusion being a very cool, allowing us to see ambient occlusion without actually having to render it out, allows us to even get further, I think. So I think it's going to be a good improvement. Okay. There we go. That's going to be a tight fit. But should be able to push that in, and then that should be able to move around. Now, we are accounting for 3D print spacing and shrinkage. So it might seem a little big here, but it's pretty damn close when you print it out. So I think that'll be pretty good. And if not, we could just increase the bar too. But I think this might work out. Trial and error, that's the nature of the game. All right. Now we're going to do the exact same thing to the body. So let's move the torso up. And this one's actually going to be a lot simpler to cut. So we're going to go ahead and... Okay, we'll go ahead and call this final head. Turn the torso on, but turn the head off. There we go. I'm going to put we'll call this torso cut. Torso... Call this torso neck cut. I don't like doing too many at once, so I'm definitely wanting to keep this as simple as possible. Go ahead and duplicate the final barbell. And we're going to go ahead and subtract. So we can kind of see it. Cool. Let's duplicate this one more time. Fill this out. Go ahead and I'm gonna delete hidden on this one. Hidden. And then we scaled that up a little bit. So let's go. Actually, let's inflate it by. We did 5 on the other one, so let's do the same thing. Let's go to inflate and go 5. Let's turn the torso off and we can measure that. At distance, we'll bring up the gizmo, hit Y to bring up the transposal, and then you can go ahead and grab. Yeah, that's a little shy. Let's go one more. Let's do inflate. Where are we? Deformation, and we'll inflate by 1.5. There we go. And let's do that one more time. Right here, let's drag this out. Got 9. So 6.5. Let's remember that number. I was checking out the filter renders and Lightbox. Makes your sculpts look way different. Oh yeah, the filter renders, absolutely. Yeah, Lightbox has a good section of renders and filters. Yeah. And you can manipulate every one of these by going in and seeing how they do their filters and then adjusting as needed. So yeah, you can definitely play a lot with those. I think the one I really favored was the comic style lines, which is pretty cool. Dark ink is good. And comic style, just regular comic style, this one right up here. I think that was one of my favorite to play with. Although I didn't use those in the sculpt off whatsoever. I didn't feel like it was necessary. Alright, hit Y again. Let's send this back into the middle. I just didn't lock it. Turn transparent off. Let's go ahead and make this subtract as well. Turn that off. And let's subtract that one. There we go. And we'll duplicate this one more time. And we're gonna just bring that up so that it does something like that. So we get full range of motion. Which maybe we'll utilize that as well for the head. But that should give us full range of motion. And if we take this guy, let's go ahead and flip our normals. Now we can't do that. Okay. All right, we'll have to render that out. So let's go. Let's do that. Boolean folder. That's awesome. Yeah. That's where they can go over the fog. Let me see real quick. Oh, yes. Okay. Fog. Where is that? Fog provides the best render. Different depths or areas of canvas partially full. Controls. Now, where is that located? Fog intensity. Okay. So that might be under... There it is. Yeah, render fog. Then you'd have to turn that on. Cool. Thank you. I forgot about that. You'd actually have to turn this on, though. So you have to come into render properties and turn fog on. Right. And never use that feature. So yeah, turn fog on and then go ahead and render that out. Now you're cooking with fire. Maybe. You'd probably have to really adjust that. But yeah, without that on, it won't work. Yeah. Yeah, gonna be AFK for some errands. Hopefully I'll catch you later for sure. I'm gonna be on until 3 p.m. my time. Found all the cool render options after the sculpt off. I was using Keyshot to render, but really I just want to make some game-ready models. Nice! Well, definitely stick with using other render engines to display your models for portfolio use, but if you want to get something quick and nice and you don't want to keep bouncing back and forth, then yeah, it's good to definitely good to go ahead and use Zbrush for that. But I highly recommend making sure that you at least utilize for portfolio use a very nice render engine. There we go. So that should pop in. They'll catch it just slightly at the edge. Yeah, they'll catch. I probably have to like pop that in there a little bit, but overall, I think that'll work. Perfect. All right, let's go ahead and flip the normals back. So flip normals is really, really helpful here. But we're going to want to do the exact same thing with the rest of the body. Are you going to be making the head ball jointed so it can move? Yeah, full articulation. So right now we have the head that pops on top. Also trying really hard to kind of hide some of the articulated points. As you can see here, the neck's now colliding with the head. The head and the neck are colliding. Bless you. So we're gonna have to make sure that we get in there and actually fan that out a little bit. So I'm gonna go ahead and go back to the head. And this is the part of articulation that I think really can throw a lot of people off. Is that it's a lot of back and forth. Okay. And what's really cool though, if you do find something you like I do like this setup here. I do like this combined, so let me try something real quick. I'm just gonna merge this down. Then I'm gonna duplicate this. So let's actually turn this one off, turn this one off. Turn this off for a second. This guy going. I'm gonna make this full 180 rotation. That. Go ahead and make this cut. I'm gonna bring this up. Something like that. And then for this one in particular, I'm actually gonna fan this out, make this bigger. So that when we have the neck now has movement and room to move. All the little things you want to think about. That's why I'm only thinking about one joint at a time right now. Most heads today are double ball, like barbell style joints. So definitely a direction you want to move it in. Now let's flip normal. And then that might be a little too big. Let's go back to the head. Let's turn this on. Transparency. There we go. Right. Perfect. For what I can find, fog is not a good option in render in ZBrush. I told you, it's weird. It's really weird. I wish it was a lot better than what it is. Honestly, let me show you how I would render something. Let's say I want to render this head. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to merge. I'm going to merge visible, okay? Just for demonstration purposes. Okay. I'm going to take this guy. This is ugly. Take that. Okay. Let's just take this for example. So let's say I want to render this head out. What I would do is I'd actually turn on the floor. Go ahead and delete hidden. Okay. So what I would do to make this look pretty good is I would come on over to my lights, post this over, and I would do the simple kind of light setup that I have here. Maybe... and this is just a starting spot, but for the fog option, yeah, that's the hard part. But what I love now, this new render setting, let's go in here, let's turn off that. I'll turn on AO, I'll turn on SSS, depending on what it is. It's hard surface here, HD geometry, BPR filters. What I love to use a lot, I'll come in here to filter, and I'll turn on outline cavity. Is that outline cavity? No. Material shading. I'll actually pick like a darker material, turn on the render option, and then from here I'll start playing with some materials and textures on top of it. They play with the depth a little bit. Get something like that. But then what's really cool, their newest feature that I love so much. So once I get something like this, I'll turn on the next option. I'll actually come up to radial overlay. And then I'll start playing with the modifiers. You just want to display a model. This gives you kind of like a, almost like a museum look. So I'll just modify a little bit, maybe make the radius a little bit bigger, increase the fall off a little bit. So I have something like this, so it's like it's standing somewhere. Then the third option is sharpen. I'll turn that on immediately. I don't usually adjust that so much. And then Orton is pretty cool too. Kind of like, it brightens things up a little bit. You turn the opacity down. And this will be my base setup for rendering, just to get something displayed, and I'll send a client this and say, this is how it is. What do you think? And I'll do this on all angles or turntable it. And generally, I've gotten nothing but good feedback. Most people don't even comment on the render, but if you're just trying to quickly display something, I would do it this way. I think this is a pretty nice basic setup. I wouldn't use more than 3 lights though. There's a nice, I think this one is a nice, yeah, this one's a nice edge light. If you want to cast an edge somewhere. And that can give you a little bit nice appearance. You can have a little bit of an edge light. Maybe a fill light, super light, if you want to add a little bit of color. I think this one, no. Where's it? This one right here has a little bit of blue hue to it. You can fill light this in at like 0.25. You can, of course, adjust the color, but then there's other properties you can get into. Light properties. Say that this light specifically needs to cast a shadow and do SSS. And then you can do a lighter tone. So you can play a lot with this stuff. Just with the light and the BPR filters, you can be here all day, which is fun. But you can have a light little light like that, and that should help out. But usually, too, if I'm just doing a quick concept to send to a client, I'll then take it into Photoshop, like his eyes are supposed to light up. I'll kick it into Photoshop, throw in a quick eye light effect, send it to them and say, here's what it could look like, and then give them the model breakdown, and then from there, get feedback, and then actually model it later. The more you can quickly bash things together to get it approved, then the quicker you can go back to finishing it. The little things like that are helpful. Battle time! Alright, let's go back. Let's go ahead and save this real quick. I haven't saved in a minute. So hopefully that's helpful too. But yeah, get into it. The fog option's a little weird, like I said before. Alright, let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. Ooh. Started working out yesterday, and now my whole body wants to pop. It's awesome. I got you guys. I got it. We got it. Only 3 enemies. We could take down these houses real quick. All the lights are already set. You just turned them on. No, the lights aren't set, but I can walk you through that real quick. Good job, guys. Woohoo! I did it. And we got Card A and Death Sacrament coming in hot. There we go. Calm yourself, Iago. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Let's go ahead and start our battle. All right. That's a 5. I'm going to put down my reindeer. Okay. For generic lights, I wish there was a way to reset that. Okay. Usually there's only one light turned on, and it's usually set right in the middle. It's usually set right there. It's just this top one that's turned on normally. In fact, you know what we're going to do? Here, let's go. We already saved it. I'm just going to close ZBrush down and reopen it. I want to start scratch so you can actually see it all. But the lights aren't set right in the beginning, but they're really easy to manipulate. Let's get ZBrush back on. Okay. There we go. Like 3-point light rule apply? Yes, absolutely. Anything you know about lighting, or if you want to look up light setups, yeah, it does apply, and I'll show you that real quick. So we go to the let's go back to our Iron Giant articulation. Let's bring his head in. Cool. Let's bring this in. Let's get this close. All right, so we have this head right now. So as you can see, if we were to actually open up our light panel and kick that to the left. This is how our light is set up. You have one light, usually center top center, and that is it. Intensity is already set at 85 or 0.85, excuse me, ambient 3, distance 100, and everything else is default. Everything's started from scratch. So what I do is immediately start moving this light, and if you don't notice any changes, my default is skin shade 4, but if you have a matte cap material up here on top, these lights are pre-baked into the material, so if I were to click this and start moving the light around, nothing I do is going to affect it. So the first thing you want to do is click a standard material, not a matte cap. Grab a standard, now you're able to move the light around, and the sphere up top gives you an example of the fall off around the object, which is very useful. This first light, I think it's great for just your standard shine a light on something. So what I do is usually kick it to like the top right, and that will set my overall direction. Then the other thing to remember about lighting is if you not only click and hold and move it around, but if you click once, it actually takes it and sends it to the back. So if you click it once, it sends it to the back. Click it again, it just sends it to the front. That's a one click and let go. And that's how you would do that. So the first light, I keep it in front. Turn it off. Take your next light, click it once to activate that light. Click it again to turn that light on. That's very important, because if you're like running around, you're like, oh, I want to adjust this light, and you start grabbing, you can accidentally, if I just click here and start moving around, but it's not turned on, obviously nothing would happen. But if it's weird, if you click and forget you're over here and then turn this off or switch, so just be cognizant of how you turn it on. It gets a little funky. So click it once to select it, click it again to turn it on or to turn it off. Remember that. Let's go ahead and set that back real quick. All right. Now let's turn this light off. Select this light. What I like to do is send this to the back. So I grab it, click it once, send it to the back, and then I'll adjust the intensity, and you get an idea. Work with one light at a time. It's helpful. So this will give you the ideal two light setup that 90% of photographers will do right out the gate. You'll have one light off to the side that's on, and then you'll have one that's directly angled, like a 45 across from it, and then you'll have nice complementary light on one side and fill light on the other. That's usually where I start, and then then you just kind of want to turn these off, and then just play with some of these lights. Turn it on, see what it does. I like this one because it's movable. There are some lights that are not movable. Down here at the bottom, you click this one, can't position it, you can't adjust it. It kicks back every time. Same with this one, I think. Yeah. So there are some standardized lights that you can utilize for fill if you just don't care about its position, like this one. This one moves. Okay, so just these two right here. Sorry if I'm going too fast. Let me know if I am. I would play with these 6 overall. That's my recommendation. And then turn them all on. Select the light you want to adjust and make sure the intensity, obviously, if you scale it down, it will be less. If you scale it up, it'll be too much. I don't go above 1 on almost any light because that's too bright already. You've blown out your details. So usually I'll stick under 1, even though you can go to 10, which seems crazy to me. That must be based off the scale of your object. So that's the only way I understand that. But once you get that, that's how you would adjust your light. So hopefully that answered your question. But yeah, this would be your basic 3-point light setup. You have your front, light, your main light, your rim light, and then your fill light. So key, rim, fill. And then when you render it out, it always gives you a slight different result. Don't ever believe what you see here. Hit Shift R and render that so then you can actually see what each light is doing. That is the annoying side of it, if I'm being honest. But hopefully that answered your question a little bit. References filmed. Again, you filmed another reference? Yeah, do it, buddy. Do it. We're on fire today. All right, so let me know if that works for you guys. Let's move forward with more articulation. Boop. There we go. Yeah, I think that's going to work out. I think we saved that where we want it. Let's flip normal. Did. Select this light. Transparency. Now. Yeah, that pops in there. That'll be a snug, but it'll prevent it from falling off. Now, whether or not it shrinks enough to actually grab that, that's what we'll have to play with, and I'll have to adjust it to my printer, which that can get, that right there, you just have to kind of like trial and error it. I don't know about pre-bake lights on matte caps. That was confusing. Yeah, the pre-bake lights on matte caps, basically, the thing to remember is if you select a matte cap, just know you can adjust the lights. You just cannot. If you use a standard material, and then you can adjust the lights. No problem. The reason why matte cap has its lights baked in is because you're actually working with an image to display around your model. Zbrush has it to where it's baked in. It basically is just an image that's manipulating around the object. It's very weird the way it does it. But it's something that we can go more in depth on in the future if you guys are interested, because you can make your own matte caps materials just using Photoshop and some color, but it's a process and almost not really worth it in my opinion when you can just get very similar effects using materials and lights. So, same reference. It meant that I'm done processing it for submission. Oh, nice! Yay! There you go, buddy. All right, let's turn that off. All right, now what we need to do is kind of check the range of motion here. So we're going to go ahead and your gizmo, kind of stick it right in the middle of the sphere. Then basically what we want to do is head on. Go. Basically we want to see where this bottoms out. That actually would bottom out right about there. It actually would engage. Yeah. But if we move all the way back, I think we get really good range of motion. So I think he's going to be able to look up fairly easily. So that'll be good. Ironically, Hit Film has a tutorial out for changing a scene from green grass to snowy scene. Nice! So I could take this upcoming animation and try to composite it into live action. Nice! That is really cool. Yeah, I mean, matte caps are supposed to be quick materials to use for working. Making your own kind of defeats the purpose. But I guess some people like that effect. Yeah, absolutely. Exactly. Okay. So, we have that. Now, to be honest with you, based on, I've never printed for articulation on my printer except for last night, and I'm still printing the final piece. So, a lot of these adjustments, I'm going to have to go through and actually see if they work, if they're too big, you know, too sloppy, all that stuff. It's hard because I feel like ZBrush things look a lot bigger in reality, but then also we have to count for material shrinkage. So, these numbers are not 100% official, so don't quote me on that. But it is definitely a way to start the process. Now that we have this, that I'm actually really liking that setup. I want to try something. So we're going to use the same barbell. What we're going to do is actually we're going to copy this. We're going to put in a new subtool. I'm going to paste this. Go ahead and delete. Just want to use this as a blank canvas. Go ahead and copy this. Paste that there. Take this guy, copy it. We're gonna paste this right there. We're gonna rename this official. We're gonna merge. No, let's not do that. Let's just keep that there for now. Yeah, actually, you know what? Yeah, very cool. Though I still leave fake snow around Vancouver when filming in the middle of the summer, and it makes me laugh. Nice. We actually have some areas here in Texas that look similar to that scene. That's funny. Nice, man. Nice. All right. Let's go ahead and delete this torso one. What we're going to do is we're actually going to take this barbell, we're going to copy it, and do the same thing with the arms. Hold on. These on for a second. Transparent. And the torso off just for that. Put that in the middle there. Go. And now we're going to try to do the exact same thing with his torso. Okay. I'm going to copy this torso, come on down. We're actually going to merge this down with his back arm. So let's go ahead, solo. Go ahead and hit merge down. There we go. And now let's mirror and weld it. I have a shortcut for that. Okay, I'm just making sure that's the right side. Perfect. Bit of a trip from Texas. Nice. All right. Filament back on. Live Boolean. Okay. I think the other thing we want to do is actually duplicate his arms. Go. And I think what we're going to do with just the arm itself is we're just going to inflate this. I'm going to go ahead and inflate this. Plate, and we were about 6.5. That's the number to remember. Something like that. We're going to do something very simple for his torso itself, so we're not going to worry about that just yet. Go ahead and Boolean this folder. All right, here we go. And we have some crunchies right here. So if we Go ahead and go to auto groups. And you can see that I selected a few things. Put that in there. And let's go ahead and go to close hold. Interesting that happens. So we'll have to see why that's happening in particular. But now we can go ahead and check the range of motion. So let's go to flip, transparency. Let's click this. So obviously this won't work. This is just going to plop in. There's no way for it to go. So we're going to have to rethink that idea. It's probably going to have to be more like this. So then it can pivot like that. That makes more sense. Or we make it longer. Unless, let me think. How do I want to do this? At the moment, so that part needs to be bigger so it actually plop in. We put it here. Have that motion. Okay. Get rid of that barbell. Let's rethink this. Go ahead and delete this one. And let's delete. I know what we're gonna do. I just realized. Okay, we're not gonna use the barbell. We're just gonna use a arm pivot point. Okay, I know what we're gonna do. I know what we're gonna do. I got it. We're gonna make a simple hinge that will go inside, and then that way, then a pen will go through. So this will stay here, but then there'll be a hinge right here that basically will be like this and allow for the rotation to go up and down like that. So there'll be a post in here that has a hinge, and then that pen will go through. Okay, I get it. I get it now. So we're gonna do that. We actually may want to move and up. Okay. I got it now, I think. Go. Click that guy. Let's actually bring this out more like that to allow for some room, I think, for the actual post. Whenever you drag out the word long, I start to hear how Star Wars song intro. Long time ago. I mean, like that. Nice. What you guys are seeing is a lot of troubleshooting happening on my end, because articulation is never straightforward each time. It just gets easier the more you practice it. And articulation is new to me still. I'm like a month in of study on it, and second time actually of trying to apply it. So there's a lot to think about. So there's two major joints. There are hinge joints, and then there are ball joints. Those are the two main joints to really focus most articulation off of. And that's the interesting part, is you get to figure out where and how that toy should move. So we're going to create a hinge joint that's attached to a ball joint so that it can rotate as well as move up and down. That's the idea. Now, there might be some changes that occur over time, but notice I haven't deleted any of the folders because even though I've settled on something mainly final, ideally, if it's too loose, then I have to shrink those numbers down, even though I'm going off of the 1 millimeter rule. It might be just a little too loose. Or I'm accounting for 1 millimeter per side, which would actually be 2 millimeters. And if that's the case, then I've really just screwed up. That's okay, so just don't delete your folders when you're trying this stuff. So what we're gonna do actually is turn around and we're gonna create a new ball joint, a ball hinge joint based off of the sphere we're gonna use. So that all sounds complicated, but let's do it. So let's go down here at the bottom. Go ahead and insert a new sphere. I'm gonna rotate this to the side because we want the we're gonna go ahead and want the pardon me. We're gonna want the poles on the right side. Let's solo this out for now. Let's scale this down. Let's insert a cylinder. We're gonna go ahead and delete edge loop, so it's just the one. Turn everything else off but these guys right here. And then we get to decide how big we want the pin. So with the gizmo transpose tool, we're gonna go ahead and measure. Go ahead and set scene. So let's go to Z plugin, 3D print, update size. Cool. That's why we have the 1-inch cube. Print hub, go to scale mask. We want to be able to read this in millimeters, not units. So that's a 10 millimeter pen. We're actually going to scale that down more. On about an 8 millimeter. .9. Better. Yep. 8.3. Okay, it's close enough. That's what we want. That'll basically, so everything on this hinge joint will be built out of here. And we're going to take this. We're actually going to go ahead and take our lasso select. We're going to delete some edge loops real quick. If you like that, flip that over. We're going to go ahead and delete hidden, mirror and weld it. Go ahead and, oops, sorry, not going to delete, we're going to split hidden. Let's back that up for a second. That up like that. Brain's moving 100 miles an hour. Mirror and weld, close holes. So now we have this disc. Morning! Hello, sir. Morning, morning, morning. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and inflate this. So let's move this up about 0.1. Might be 2. Go 5 transpose tool. Zoom in here. Grab this, go here. That's about 0.75. So maybe go up 0.75 right there. Transpose tool one more time. 1.2. Okay, perfect. Set that there. And now we have this disc that we'll be able to operate off of in order to make that hinge, because that'll be cut against. So we'll go ahead and duplicate this. Come back here. Cancel that out, shrink that back down, split this part off. Oh, it is split off. Never mind. There we go. And let's merge here. Go ahead and merge down. Okay. This guy here, like this. And go ahead and mirror and weld it. We get a single line right in the middle. And then we'll go ahead and merge down. Yep. And then auto groups. So we have different edge groups. Morning, morning! And this disc right here will be the one that gets fit in. We're going to grab this guy here. Split hidden. Back that up. Hide that. So now we have this. Rotate this around. There we go. How's it going, Next Knox? How you doing? Thinking heavily this morning. So much so that Stream Raiders is like not even on my mind right now. But I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. We're gonna go ahead and use the Z modeler brush now. We're gonna create a loop here. And a loop here. And then I'm gonna go ahead and scale this out. So it's something like this. Actually bring this down. Something like that. Okay, scale the whole unit down itself. You can see that this will be the main kind of plug that we're going to use. I'm going to go ahead and add some supporting edge loops. And then we're going to scale this whole one down like this. Back here, insert. Add a couple supporting edge loops there. Supporting edge loops down here. So when we... There we go. Looks pretty nice. Doing alright, a little tired, working on some knife holsters, one of which is sculpted, so that is fun. Nice! That is really fun. Okay. Now we're gonna duplicate that. Gonna go ahead and give it a different color just for fun. We're just prepping our tools now. So deformation, inflate, and the principle should still apply. That might be a little bit much. Gonna go ahead and scale this up uniformly. Go ahead and try that. Go one edge to the other. 0.5 millimeter. That. Who stream rate is? Go right about there. Transpose tool. A little shy. 0.8. Yeah, let's leave that there. Let's see if that works. You can always adjust that a little bit more. Okay. Be fine. I could tell you're very much in verbose mode. Yeah, exactly. Articulation, man, it is definitely a bit different. Okay, so for this big one, we're actually going to go ahead and merge down on this big old set here. We'll merge this down, say okay, so that there we go. There we go. Yeah. So now we have some of the bigger stuff, and then we have this little one that'll actually get merged down here. So let's go ahead and merge down. And I should probably actually save some of this out. eventually. But this will go right on the inside, and then of course this pin will be what cuts everything, and then we can shape the pin at the end to fit the need of what we actually want it to be. So we can call this cut and merge articulation. I was considering using Bifrost and Maya for the snowball in my scene, but Bifrost node editor doesn't seem to be installed, so I'm not going to mess with it. That makes sense, yeah. Okay. Let's actually now let's go to polygroups and let's battle. Actually, before we do any of that, let's go ahead and save this, and then let's battle. Let's battle. Let's battle. Let's battle. Told you guys, this can get crazy, but I love it because we're making toys. That's what we're doing. Ooh, no, hey, this looks like I mean, this looks like a Bowser that we're up against. It's like just a giant Bowser. Woohoo, 30 something enemies. I already died. I died, didn't I? No, nope, I'm still there. There we go. Nice, nice. Get it. PWC. Murder Hornets. There you go. Death with assist and the most kills. Ooh, just racking up those points. Got another Bowser-like character. Blastos. Yes, it does look like that too. Yes. Yeah, the first one kind of had Bowser-ish, but for sure. Yeah, that's right. Yay! We did it! We did it! We did it! It's just the standard one. That's gold. Alright, yeah, you know what? Okay. Alright, I'll tell you what, I'll give you this one. Yeah, I'll pick it. You did destroy everything. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. I really appreciate it. There you go, brother. I'll change it for you this once. I may. Oops. That's way too many. Sorry, that's way too many sponges. Sorry. Blastoise and Bowser's baby. Indeed, indeed. All right, guys. All right. Let's go mystery. Do it. Let's do it. All right. Because there's just a mystery one, doesn't seem to be too complicated. Famous last words, I know. Let's drop that right there. All right, all right, all right. What we're going to do now is we're going to group by normals, and then we're going to go ahead and crease polygroups. I have it right here somewhere. There we go. Okay, then we're going to go ahead and hit auto groups one more time. So now it's all creased where we want it to be, but you can see here, now we definitely have things merged together. Go ahead and take the same thing here. We're going to go ahead and undynamish that for a second. Go polygroups, group normals. Actually, let's go back. Let's go here. Crease. There we go. Because I don't want this one to get creased too much. Go. Perfect. SpongeBob, chill out. I know, yeah. Too many SpongeBobs. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right. Now we can go ahead and actually merge this down. And now we can go ahead do auto groups one more time. So we can start seeing the underlining features and stuff that I'm going to be using for the specific ball and hinge joint. So plugin, whoops. Oh, might just need the plugin manager. Oh, for Peter, yeah, absolutely. All right, I'm going to go ahead and copy this. Come over here to cylinder, make polymesh 3D, paste it, and go ahead and delete. Now I have this setup that I'm going to be using quite often. And for now, we're going to go ahead and save that. And we're just going to save this under articulation test. So main tools. So this will be our cut and merge articulation tool. Cool. Now we can always call back on that and not have to build it each and every time, but it might be helpful to build once in a while so I don't forget how I built it. All right. Go. Might do the same thing actually. That's probably what I'll do today. Is set up I'll actually probably just set up some double barbell joints, try them out on some cubes, and then also try these out a few more, get those really locked in, and then make those adjustments as necessary. Yeah, that's what I was seeing, but Bifrost Graph Editor wasn't on the list. Oh. Martin, do you know anything about Bifrost? Okay. Now what we can do is we can actually copy this. Hey, thank you so much, Barbarian Hamster, for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay. We got tons of articulation stuff to do. So what we're going to do is bring this up and rotate this around. Now we can scale it down. Kind of just figure out where this needs to be. So for this one, we're going to go ahead and delete this barbell here. We don't need that. Move that back up. Move that into the torso. And what we're going to do is actually bring this here. Rotate this around. I'm going to try our best to center this right where we need it. Scale this part up. Pretty close to where it needs to be. There we go. And then we can actually merge that back together. So let's turn that part off. This. And take this torso. There we go. Want to move this back in. Something like that should plug right in there, giving us most range of motion that we need. Never used Bifrost. Oh, okay. Just curious. That way to use this to fast travel. People at Autodesk were saying to install and reinstall Bifrost. Didn't want to deal with that, to be honest. I don't blame you, dude. That's where Blender comes in. Just saying. Alright, there we go. Actually, let's take this one more time. I'm going to bring this in closer to his arm. Let me have a good idea of where that's. There we go. We're going to want that rotation to happen within. I'm going to do something like maybe more like that. We'll be able to install the arm and then plug it into his torso. But let's check it. If we were to pivot, obviously that hinge would stay there. So it would collide up here, about there, and then it would come down Actually, you get some pretty good range of motion from this area. So, I like that. Just fix it in post. There you go. Yeah, but really I should focus on the animation, not the VFX. Absolutely. Animation is the most important part since that's what you are doing. I completely agree with you, Peter. Completely agree. Okay. Now what we need to do... You say you're tearing me apart! Right here. Alright, so we're gonna grab this guy. Grab this guy. Gonna be our main cutter. We're gonna go ahead and split hidden. Gonna be this guy. We'll end up cutting. Okay. It'll be our pen, so let's go ahead and split that. Let's call this our pen. Rename. Pen. This is the big one, I believe. Yes. Perfect. Yep. You don't think Blender's capable of that? Bifrost is pretty insane. Oh, okay. That's fair. I don't know anything about VFX, so out of my depths. Pay attention to what I'm good at. Okay. Now, also gonna do... Gonna go ahead on the back arm. Call this back arm cut. Solo this out for a second. We can actually merge these two together. I think that'll be pretty good. I think that's what we'll do. So then we'll duplicate this one. Move this up into the torso. Cut. Let's turn it on. Turn the arm off for a second. Go ahead to cut that for a second. So that's what we're looking at right now when that gets cut in there. Animation in Blender is like getting a square wheel on a wheelbarrow. That's funny, I like that. Modeling though, I'd go to Blender or Zbrush every time. Yeah, Maya modeling doesn't bother me. Oh, especially when you're used to it. You know, like you're definitely used to that function, which is great. All right. Luckily we are modeling on the right side. Perfect. Okay. Let's see here. Let's merge this one together. Merge folder. We have a cutter right now. There we go. That'll create that part right there. This is the part that would plug in. Right, let me double check that. Yeah, that's the part that would plug in. Okay. Maya modeling is pretty nice for me, although I wish Deformer would have been replaced by modifiers like in 3ds Max. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I only know a little bit about Maya modeling to speak on it, but it was fun. Not for me. I could do it, I just didn't care for it. But that's okay. Alright, before I get too lost with myself, I think that will be fine. So let's go ahead and fully in that folder. We just have one torso to work with for now. Actually, go ahead and delete that real quick. You need to take this arm right here. Go ahead and merge that folder together. So we have this. Is fine, that's what we want. Like, show you what the other thing I'm thinking. I got a lot of things thinking. I'm thinking a lot of things. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and insert a cube real quick. And scale that down. Bring this over, scale this way down. Bring this up, you'll see why in a second. Something like this. No matter really where we do it, I want to make sure that we have it so it can press fit in. Still have that rotation as desired. Something like that. For the back arm, I'm gonna go ahead and cut that. Now what's showing? What's showing? Hey, Farmers, hey, Inspire, what's going on, dude? Yeah, my history isn't the easiest to work with if you want to change something retroactively. Yeah, Maya's history is poo. If you modify workflow with the tools are available. Yeah, that makes sense. That does. I'm just so used to Zbrush now for what I do that I just find it to be way easier. There we go. Okay, that's the problem. So let's go ahead. That was my problem. How's that not working? What is... like me to merge down? I think that's there it is. There we go. On something like that. So that way that can press in. Has a little bit of flex in it. There we go. A little bit of troubleshooting, but we got it. Oh, okay. Never mind. Don't mind me. I realized I just thought of something different. Hello! Hey, nice to see you. Hey, nice to see you too. Getting cold. 3 Celsius. Whew. Yeah, I love how ZBrush handles history too. Yeah, but you guys all know that. Okay. I realized I had ended up making a mistake. Where are we at? What we need to do is actually put this part in. Is this the one? When's this one? So this out. Yeah, that's the proper one. Okay. I'm kind of just all over the place here. So we need to put... Where are we at? Move this down. The pen. Let's keep the pen the way it is. Let's move that down. All the way at the bottom. There's a lot of subtools here. As far as the torso goes, we are putting that the way it is. So we don't need to adjust that further. Fine. What am I doing? I am articulating my Iron Giant. So we are focused specifically on getting it all cut and ready to go. It's a lot of troubleshooting. I just have a lot of tools in the works. And so I'm trying to just kind of maintain everything, keep it the way it is. But yeah, at the moment, that's what's happening. And I almost kind of lost myself for a second, but we're back. Still can't get my head around that save system from Zbrush. Why the hell there are 3 save options? You could save the tool, the project, and a document. What the hell is the purpose of saving the document? I know Zbrush is a great tool, but like a round peg, the brain with a square hole. Yeah, there are definitely a lot. Hey, Thunderhead Studio, welcome in. There are definitely a lot of different functionalities, and I'm not even going to try to defend that whatsoever. I can say that I have saved projects before, and I think that's more geared towards studios because it saves the project history. So that means you can save it, turn it off, go home, come back, and scrub through all your work. But that's a big file, and not too many people actually do that. And why would you? So, just saying, yeah. I get it, but yeah. Document, I think, is just for 2D stuff. I think so, too, yeah. The document option, I think, is for the 2.5D stuff. Yeah. Alright, this is where live bullying gets funky. Oh, what happened here? What in the tarnation just happened there? Okay, well. There we go. Something happens. But we fixed it. I think history recall requires a Z project for sure, yeah. Project is handy if you want to save all settings, materials, exactly. All your subtools, everything. But it's a big file, and I don't recommend it unless you're working for a company that requires you to do it, or you're working on a project that a company says, hey, can you do that? That's when I would definitely say, yeah. Sort that. Bless you, by the way, whoever sneezed. Yes. Yeah, that makes sense if you were on a company server and file sharing between workstations and sculptors. Yep, exactly. That's where I think that's geared mainly towards that. But yeah, just save multiple subtools and then delete what you don't want. All right, speaking of which, we're actually going to save right now because it's getting a little complicated here. USBR, UBSR, ESR. Yeah. Well, there goes that theory. I started with Zbrush. I lost my whole project because I saved the document because I thought it would be saving file like any other software. 6 hours of work on. Oh boy, yeah. Details the cleanest, lightest, whatever. Exactly, it really is. It really is. Okay. Now, turn this guy on. Okay, so this right here is going to be my cutter, my main hinge. That's what we're going to call it. So then this block here, that's the main cutter that I'm looking for. Just like such. Okay. Make sure that that gets manipulated the way it needed to. There we go. Perfect. Okay. And we got a few more minutes before I'm going to take my main break for the day. And then with this pen here, we're going to duplicate that pen. I'm going to bring this up as well. We'll end up cutting into this one. That main pen, let's go ahead and solo it for a second. Okay, good. Actually, smooth that out. And then we're going to inflate that deformation. Inflate 6.5 was what was working for us. That might be a little too big. That too big? I think that's too big. Let's do more of like 2. Okay, let's turn that off. Go to subtool. Turn that part on. See, yeah, that's pretty big. That one on. So let's do... I think my math might be a little off today on that one. Let's go 1.5, yeah. Try something like that. Just for now. I have a feeling these numbers are going to change when I test print, so. But this is good articulation practice either way. There we go. And that's going to sit right in there. Now, before we do the pen, we're actually going to turn the pen off for a second. And we're going to go ahead and... Actually, we're just going to duplicate this one. Bring this one out. Back on, put this back on. This one off. Go. So we have this. And let's go ahead and Boolean folder. Mostly lazy. Yeah. The ZTL saves the asset as finished. And when I'm having errors or whatever. Yeah. I mean, how many people... Do I stream Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? Yes, I do stream Wednesday. Well, I stream mainly Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and sometimes Thursday. My Thursday streams are going to be going away soon. Just because of time and life changes. But mainly Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday for sure. I just have a lot of stuff. I'm starting to get swamped. And I'm happy about that. Okay, so now we have this guy right here. This is our main hinge. This is the one that's going to plug into the torso right in here and lock in, which is nice. Now this one, however, turn this one on real quick, and we're gonna go ahead and inflate this. Ooh, that's nasty. Stop doing that. Now let's go 1.5 like that. And let's actually go back to the torso. Let's go back to the arms. Where are my arms? Back arm. We're gonna go ahead and call this the... what is this? The back arm cut. Back arm cutting? Just like that. And we're going to go ahead and bring that in so we can end up cutting against this guy. There we go. Get that song. Cool. So now this part will get cut here. And just like the other pin on the main hinge, what we have right here, we're going to go ahead and duplicate this one. Here. Off. Now we have the main hinge right here. And if we turn this pin off, it's going to fit. So if we turn the torso back on, I'll fit right in there. That's what we're looking for. That range of motion as it works around. If you were to print this model, you get the inner parts. If you print this model with, hold on. So I'm right now I'm creating all the parts, and then yeah, every part will be printable so that it snaps in together. Right now we're using similar parts to cut against, so that when it gets printed and you can snap them together fairly easily. Actually, and we're going to be doing a mirror and weld on this, so what you're seeing happening over here, for example, on this guy right here, I'm doing one side mirror and weld it so it's the same on the other side. Okay. But this should cause a good range of motion right now. So if I were to go ahead and boolean this folder together, this will give me that main arm itself. Go ahead and solo this out. Let's delete hidden here. We only need to work on the one side. There we go. And yes, if you're curious and want to print this, you'll be able to. I'll be putting this up on my mini factory for sure, once it's ready. So now you can see the actual, so there's the inner socket right here. And now ideally, with the pin involved as well, let's select the pin. So now with this, to be able to move this down and up until it collides, getting a pretty full range of motion, just like that. Stream Raiders is ready? All right, cool. Stream Raiders is ready, which is awesome. And then we'll be taking a 30-minute break and then coming back, and then we'll continue to develop more articulation for this. Yeah, it'll be assembled like Legos. Exactly, yes. Yep. And what I can do too, I mean, you know, you just kind of basically group things together, print like the arm hinge and stuff like that. I mean, this is where the print assembly is going to get kind of crazy, but try to keep it as organized as possible, of course. But yeah, that's essentially the hinge that we're going to need in order to get this posable. And also the beauty part is, if we select this for a second, because it's plugged in this way, should also allow for rotation like this, because it's not going to be glued. Just going to pop them in. Now, whether or not, of course, my settings are correct based on my printer, that's part of the trial and error process that is starting to happen. So let me fix one thing. We'll do Stream Raiders, and then we'll take a break for 30 minutes, and then I'm streaming until 3. So tell your friends, come hang out. And just so that everybody is aware, I am still relatively new to articulation. So if you have questions, I'll answer them as best as I can. But there's definitely a little bit of trial and error happening here. That is for sure. Okay. Also, too, I want to make sure that I label certain things. So we'll call this final arm hinge. Final shoulder hinge. Let me rephrase that. Shoulder hinge. I want to keep things as final as possible. But we have to do the same thing to the forearm and to the torso as well. For this, we're going to go ahead and just going to inflate this guy real quick. Actually grab this. Go ahead and delete hidden. Just need to work on the one side right now. Yeah, perfect. Gonna go deformation, inflate. Pen drag is annoying, so I use my mouse. Inflate 1.5. Let's try 1.5. Let's keep that pretty tight. That might be pretty tight, but let's go 2. There we go. The idea here is once I go ahead and boolean the folder, so let's do that. Let's check real quick, then Dream Raiders. There we go. What we have here. Now we have this arm. The way it is. Let's go ahead and flip normals. Transparent, there it is. Yeah, that might be a little... That might be a little snug. Might be really... Could do is grab this right here. Maybe scale that down a little bit. Manually do that. There we go. So that should cause rotation. That should be the up and down motion. It's only going to be one way to find out. That's the best part. Gonna have to print it and see what it does. And then for the torso, if we solo this out, if we do things on the left side and then we go mirror and weld, it will do the exact same thing on the... We'll do the exact same thing on the opposite side, which is nice. So that's why I'm only focused on the one side. And I think that looks pretty good. Hey, what's up, sweetie? How are you doing? We're about ready to do Stream Raiders, and I'm about ready to take a break. How are you doing, my friend? What's going on? What's going on? Doing articulation today, by the way. Look at that. So this one, actually, we're going to rename this final head. And let's merge this down to the bottom. There we go. And the final head barbell. These two get linked together. And then let's move the... Oh, this is not the final torso. Lied to you all. But it will be soon. Alright, Stream Raider time! Bloop. Let's do it! Got this. Alright, alright, alright. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. We did it, we did it. Forcing myself to stay up for as long as possible. You sound like Death Sacrament. He does the same thing too. So you're a little loopy. Hey, Pandemic Vapor. There you go, buddy. You got it. Alright. Let's pick the obviously super hard one. 2 skull. Well, don't take a nap. I'm gonna put a flag bearer down. Because it's super low. support it. All right, guys. So we're gonna go ahead and take a. I'm on a 21 hour right now, or 21. Now I look like a drowsy wobbly head. That's so crazy. All right, guys. So we're gonna go ahead and take a little break, and then from there, we will be right back. But here is some articulation shots. But it's time to go check my printer, and it's also time to grab some food. So we'll be back in about 30 minutes or so. You notice your stream at crazy o'clock. Now you'll be able to visit me again. Yeah. Yes. I actually saw you. I think was it this morning you were on? Dream Raiders already did it. Now we're on a timer. Did I finish the legs? Not yet. I'm gonna take a 30-minute break and then I'm gonna come back. I'm hoping to get most of it done today, but it probably won't be finished. But we're gonna finish up the arms and then the torso and then hopefully the legs. So this thing will probably get finished around probably tomorrow. If everything goes well, I still have to test print. So I'm out for the day. Wish everyone an amazing day. Martin, take it easy, buddy. Enjoy yourself. Good to see you. No nap. If I touch a pillow, probably 8+ hour session. Yeah, seriously. Oh no, it didn't update. Oh, bummer. All right, well, you two could talk about being rookies. I'm gonna go eat. So I'll talk to you. I'll see you guys in about 30. Here we go. Well, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out, Peter. Find out. All right, be right back. Let's do it. Let's do it. Iron Giant. The Iron Giant. I now feel I failed you as a parent, and we should watch the Iron Giant. Oh, you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Pick off. I thought I failed my daughter. I did not. All right, everybody, we're back. We're back. We're back. More articulation time. Good news and bad news on the articulation side. Great news. And I'm going to pull up Discord so you guys can see this as I explain it. But art 3D printing. There you go. All right, guys. So here it is. My hand. But it has full rotation side to side, as well as up and down. Hard to see, huh? But it's a little loose. A little loosey. So it does move, but it doesn't hold. That's the main problem. It was tighter when I first put it on, but now it's a little too tight. But it does rotate, so you can swing it. But it's a little too loose, so we need to adjust some math. But it works. That's the key part. All right, so we need to fix some of that, but it does hold pretty decently in the beginning, and then it just loosens up over time. So we need to tighten that distance up a little bit, but I'm really happy with that. That's great results. So yeah, we need to fix some stuff, and we can do that starting with the Iron Giant. I got something in my mouth. Got a hair. What happens when you have long hair? All right. Did Rush go to sleep? Rush baby, did you go to sleep? So the good news is, welcome back, yes. The good news is that the articulation print worked. Bad news is it's a little too sloppy. So we need to clean that up a bit. And that means that everything we've done up until the Iron Giant is going to be too loose. So we need to refix all that. And that's a bummer, but welcome to articulation. That is okay. Once we get this officially locked in, it'll be easier every single time. And that's okay. So at the end of the day, starting over is not a bad thing. But we're going to go ahead and fix things now before we have to make the same mistake twice. Yeah, I'm going to delete that one. Really great work, man. Looking good. Just lost a few hours of work in Maya thanks to it crashing on me. No! But glad to see that you're here. How are you doing? How are you feeling? How are you feeling, my friend? Okay. Oop, we're gonna delete that guy. Move that out. Gonna delete the main hinge. Gonna delete the main back arms. Gonna delete this guy right here. Okay. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go ahead and delete this one right here. Go. So delete that. Take that one. Okay, delete hidden. Let's actually get over there. Let's come here. Let's turn this on and delete hidden. Feeling great. Oxygen numbers have been really good. Using less and less of the oxygen machine. Awesome. Going in for an x-ray hopefully tomorrow and see how my lungs are doing. Nice. Getting the model ready for print, I'm guessing. Yes, we are doing full articulation today. And kind of rolling with the punches, as they say, because there's definitely a lot of things to cover. So, just kind of go ahead and fixing everything, getting it situated as much as possible. There we go. Made some mistakes on the torso, neck area, all that stuff, so we kind of have to redo some work, but such is life in the world of articulation. So, I want to make sure it gets done right, and I just did a test print. And we're going to redo that whole sphere thing. And that pen. And that final head. And then the barbell itself, we'll leave that alone. Because we're going to need that. But yeah, it's hard to see. And my camera is acting weird today, so the full frame is a little bizarre. But I did a test arm on Vegeta. And while I have the range of motion, it is too loose. But it does rotate, does pivot, does move. So the articulation itself is working, except for it's just not super solid. So, but great test. I'm kind of developing my own process on how to do it. So there's just a lot to happen here. There we go. So we're taking our Iron Giant model, and we're going to go ahead and make sure that it all gets where it needs to be. So we kind of have to start over. But that's okay. I'm enjoying this, actually. Hopefully you guys are too. But, you know, if you're trying to get into articulation, I will tell you right now, it's definitely a heavy work. There's a lot to do with it. So we're going to go ahead and let's go ahead and save back here, and let's repeat. High pitch whining voice. I don't want to take calls anymore. Hey, back. Oh, my question. Put me back on my question calls. Yeah. What I said to my monitors. I believe you. Yep. All right, guys. So what we're gonna do first. So the thing is that I set everything with a 1mm distance between, like on one side. So that's probably 2mm in total. So what we need to do is factor in the math based on the overall being 1mm, not one per side. I think that's the error I made, and I'm willing to go down that rabbit hole. So we're gonna start actually with the torso. No, sorry, I lied to you. We'll start with the head. We will officially start with the head. Yes, we are going to do Stream Raiders. Thank you so much. That's why I have mods here. Why have you guys? Here we go. Stream Raider time. Let's do it. Battle time. There's just a lot to think about. All right, we all started down here. We'll just wander on up. Pandemic vapor coming in hot. Nice. PWC. Taking his time. I'm a flag bearer. I'm just supporting you guys. I'm just like, yeah, go do it. Easy, easy. We'll do one sponge today. All right, Death. Go, you got your numbers. Get our gold going. Ooh, yeah. All right, I'm gonna real quickly upgrade some of my stuff. Important to do that. All right, not versus, campaign. There we go. Let's pick number 3. Do it. Do it right, do it right. This is a 3, so I'll put a bomber down. I'm putting a bomber right there. You may not want to stand next to him. Fun fact, I just learned I can turn off the construction history of models I make with Quadra. Tool used to retopologize. Right. Work faster and doesn't slow my PC down. It's a major issue when I was doing retopo for the Drake. Ooh, interesting. I'm assuming you're talking on Maya, right? You're doing everything in Maya? That is super interesting. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Well, that's good to know. That is good to know, just as a whole. All right. So we're gonna start over. I've said this a few times on the articulation process. While I'm happy about this, I don't know how many of you are, but it happens. Head cuts. Okay. Turn everything off. I mean everything except for the head. And this little bar that we're going down here. And we're gonna bring that in. Put this here. There we go. I have returned and I have successfully found a new pair of pants. Yay! That's awesome, dude. So a lot of hours I lost will be cut down learning thanks to learning this, which I learned it months ago when I was streaming the retopology. That's so funny. Isn't it interesting how you can like pick up on something and then you're like, yes, this is awesome. And then you forget about it or you don't utilize it and then you forget. Then you remember. That's awesome. Well, I'm glad you returned, Adder Lovely, because we have to start over on our articulation process because I learned something very, very interesting. My print was successful, and if you're not a part of my Discord, you can check out my Discord. But it's a little loose on the math, so we are going to start over with the Iron Giant, fix some of the math real quick, and then everything else will be good to go. But yes, I'm pretty happy with this. Yes, every time I play an old game. Exactly. All right. So, go ahead and insert a... Nope, we got this one right here. We're going to turn this bad boy on. Turn this head off real quick. Turn on transparency. Come back to deformation. And if we were going 1 millimeter on the side, we're going to want to actually cut that down in half. So maybe my original inflate number of 2.5 would actually be sufficient. Hello, you're back too. Yay, welcome back, welcome back. So let's go ahead and measure this real quick. So let's take our transpose tool. And that's 3, so 3 millimeter, or 0.3 millimeter times 2 would be 0.6, but this 3.5, so that's 7. So maybe we need to go just a little bit bigger on the math. So if we go to inflate and go 3, let's see what 3 does. 3. Let's try that right there. Yeah. That's 0.4 times 2 was each side, so that would almost be 1. And that's, you know what? I'm gonna say that's close enough. Let's go with that. Let's sit with the 3 and see how that works for us. All right. There we go. Let's go back here and let's send that back to center. Nice, nice. Okay, now let's go ahead and grab this guy. Let's straighten that out a little bit. All right. Got something in my mouth. My own hair. My hair's getting long, guys. All right, so this should be a more sufficient cut. So now, I'm gonna go ahead, live boolean this. Come back down to the bottom. There we go. Now we're gonna want this press fit. So now we need to go ahead and add a sphere. So let's go ahead. This part isn't as important to the to the barbell as much as it is to the actual rotation of the neck. So this part we can actually kind of estimate something like that. That can actually be something like that. Give it a little bit of a lip. Maybe something like that. Let's keep it simple. KISS formula. Keep it simple, stupid. That's what my dad always told me. So I do it. Right, alright, alright. I like that. So that should be pretty decent on the head front. What we'll do now is we'll come here. We'll go ahead and boolean the folder and we'll check our math. So we're going to go ahead and flip. Now if we move this, so that'll be a bit snug, but maybe that'll pop right in there. This will probably chip away a little bit as we press it in, because it's resin we're dealing with. If it was PVC, it might be okay, so we're going to leave that. I wonder if there's like resin PVC, kind of like there's like, because there's ABS-like resin. I wonder if there's a PVC-like resin. That would be cool. I'll have to look that up. Anyway, so that will be the main part right there. Now let's turn the torso on. Yeah, okay, that's good. That works. So that's going to give some good range of motion. So we'll call this spinal head. And we'll be done with it there. On the torso side, we'll go ahead and we'll group this. We'll call this torso cut. Nice. All right. It's a bit of trial and error, but hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream a little bit. Thinking while we're doing this too. Okay. Go ahead and turn the head off. Take this guy. Let's duplicate it. Turn this one off. We're going to go back into the torso. And we're going to do the exact same thing. This part gets snapped in. So we're going to go to deformation. Inflate. And now we said that 3 was the magic number. So that's the number we're going to go with. Go to subtool. Start cutting that. I'm going to duplicate this. Fill this out. Grab this. Delete hidden. We're gonna not like that. Turn this bad boy on. Something like that should give us some pretty decent range of motion. You should make a bit of a spherical boolean at the bottom of the head to make the ball joint easier to slide in. I have a couple ideas for that, but based on my current finding, this actually might be enough room to pop in. I don't want them coming out, but based on my math right now, I'm thinking this actually might be a better approach. Worst case scenario is, which is what I did here, hard to see on this little guy that pops in, is it actually has a little slit so that it can squeeze itself and pop in. So what I might do to the ball joint itself, now here I'll go ahead and demonstrate that right meow. The ball joint itself, I might turn around and do this. Ball joint cut. And this was what we used to do in aerospace all the time. Go ahead and insert a cube. Scale this down. Like a lot. So maybe this is what you were talking about too. We'll come here right in the center. Squeeze this in just to give it some spacing. And then let's just go ahead and mirror and weld that. Oops, we don't need to do that. We can local mirror and weld it. Maybe something like that. Here we go. And then we can go ahead and cut that against here like this. That could be very helpful. This way, these points will squeeze together slightly as they get in and pop in and expand open, and then kind of locking itself into place. Because we are dealing with resin. But if this was PVC, all the PVC toys I have, none of them are cut this way. Not a single one. So it's possible that because of how PVC expands, it's actually designed to press in without damaging. So we're going to go that route and just see how resin holds up. It's all a bit of a trial and error at the moment. Okay. That's where this comes in. That way. It should pop in. It should. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see at the end. Right now, I want to keep it as simple as possible. But thank you. Seriously, that makes sense. Okay. Before we get too complicated on the actual hinge side, we're going to build a torso bottom joint so that it can rotate like that, since he is a robot. We're going to insert a cylinder. Down. That's actually what I'm going to be doing here. I'm going to go ahead and build this delete loops demodeler. Take this guy. We're going to scale up the complete edge loop. Actually add one more edge loop real quick. Like that. And then let's go ahead and slide it. Something like that. Go. What we'll do is let's insert, not inset. Here we go. Insert. Been on a point. There it is. So insert. Do some supporting. That. So it kind of rounds itself out. You guys know I like the supporting edge loop method. It's easier for me. Yep. Gonna slide that. Go. There we go. Something like that. Turn solo off for a second. Now we have this guy here. Let's duplicate it. Turn solo off, and then let's go ahead and deformation. That inflate is just crazy. 3.0. That will be subtracted from here. Go. So that can pop right in there. All right, all right. rereading your statement, Z. Maybe I feel like I misunderstood what you said. My brain's everywhere, so don't mind me. Okay. I'm actually going to call this one that's collected, we'll call this the waste. Actually, no, don't do that. Move this down to under the waist, and then we're going to merge this down. Yep. Ooh, there we go. It's actually character modeling hard. Character modeling is hard. It's not easy. But if you're, it's basically okay. Let's redefine that. What do you consider hard? Because for me, yes, I find character modeling to be hard because you need to know a lot of things like anatomy. You have to know hard surface. You have to know how to sculpt organic. You have to know how things flow, like clothing. There's a lot of things you have to learn, but it's not impossible. And if you're already into art and kind of studying the human form a little bit, then under the right guide, it can be broken down in a simple form. So I wouldn't say it's inherently hard. I would say that there's just a lot there, and it can be overwhelming at times. When I was first learning how to sculpt, I had no idea what I was doing. I knew how to draw, but that doesn't translate well. So it just really depends on what your passion is and what your overall goal is. If you're just playing around and having fun, then no, it's not really hard. Just take your time and do whatever it is and do what you feel is comfortable. But over time, if you want to become a professional, then there are things you have to know and have to do depending on what industry you want to be in. So if you want to be in games, you need to know more than just sculpting. You have to learn retopology. You might have to know basic rigging. It just all depends on what it is what field or aspect you're trying to get into. Same with film. But like I do toys, so not only do I have to sculpt, but I also have to be able to do basic mathematical functions like what I'm doing now, basically engineering at this point, making sure that it works, that the numbers are right, that it fits. So it just depends on what avenue and what your end game is. So yes, it can be hard, but that's just because there's a lot to cover. And it's not something you can just, quote, fall into. Also, some of those joints could be done in the mold during production. Yeah, the way I understand it, yeah, some companies have standards for molds, standard joints, and that they fall to. It just depends, but from the demonstration that Hasbro gave, it seems that it's kind of up to you, depending on the theme of whatever it is the company is going for. So, anyway, I'd like to gross. Let's shrink this down a little bit. I'm gonna change direction here just for a second. Okay, let's go ahead and split unmasked. Come on down. Bring this up a little bit. Add delete lower. Take the waist. And we're gonna go ahead and merge that down. Yep, do that. Okay, now we have that shape. We're gonna take this one and delete it. Take this waist. Go ahead and Dynamesh master it. Yeah, 1.5 should be fine. 0 blur. It's hard. As someone that does character art, it is important to understand anatomy, which is extremely important. Collecting good references to build your visual library and to use understanding retopology, UV mapping, and texturing. Yep, absolutely. Yep. And again, a lot of it just comes down to what is the end game? Like, what is it you're trying to achieve? That's always important. For me, one of the things that makes it easy to be a toy artist is that I'm able to not worry about UV maps or retopology. All that got taken care of in the builds function itself. I can just Dynamesh and be done with it. So it just depends. Toys, I think toys have it a little easier. We don't have to worry about such things, but our stuff doesn't move either. They are static statues or articulated statues. Whereas Z, for example, he's in games. There's a lot happening there, and he also has to be in communication with the rig department. They have to tell him what's going on, what's happening. So yeah, there's a lot to remember. So as a whole, yes, I would say it's hard, but very attainable with a lot of work. Are you selling this toy? I'm not selling these toys, as in I don't sell fan art, period, in a discussion. I just don't do it. I don't like lawsuits, and I don't ever want to be a part of one. But I am trying to... I will be developing certain figures in the future that are going to be my own. But I'm using these toys specifically for Articulation portfolio to showcase that I can do it, because I'm still trying to get work again, as the pandemic has killed my job. So basically trying to get back on my feet, and so I stream in the meantime. Yeah, a lot of the time, depending on the industry you're working in, you may not need to know everything like UVs and texturing. It's just you need to understand it exactly. You can help your team. Dude, Z, well said. Exactly. I got nothing to add to that. That is well said, my friend. All right. So we're going to go ahead and go back to this one. Go to deformation. Inflate. And then what do we say? We say 2.5. We said 2.5. No, we said 3. And even stay on my own number. I feel like you'd need to write that down. 3. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, do you have a 3D print machine? Yes, I do. Yes, I have two 3D printers. I have a Ender 3 Pro, which is an FDM style printer. So that is, if you don't know, that is a filament-based printer that basically pulls filament through a hot tube and then lays it down. So it's additive machining. And then I have a resin-based printer, which is UV Cure. So that uses liquid resin and then cures it with UV light. Just in case. Okay. Go. Perfect. So that should cause that to rotate. Now for the waist, go ahead and make sure that this waist, let's actually turn all that off. Turn this waist back on. Let's actually insert a cube. Insert cube. Yeah, most of everything I do gets 3D printed. Say most because I have done some 2D, like renders for 2D. For the most part. And like I said I was going to do on the other one, this is what I'm going to do here, so that way it snaps in nicely. That will be that part that pops in, but then that can allow rotation because it's not going to be glued. But we'll leave that there for now. Then let's go here. Let's take this, let's do a test torso cut. We're going to Boolean folder. Can I print 3D models in Market? Can you define that question a little bit more? Like, can you take your own 3D models and sell them in the market? Or can you find 3D models to print to sell in the market? want to make sure I understand your question correctly. All right, we're going to take this, flip it. By flipping the normals, you can actually see inside. That looks like that's going to be a pretty snug fit. So we'll go ahead and flip it back. There we go. So that's gonna be fine. We'll go ahead and delete that torso for now because we're not done with it. It is just the beginning. Now we have to do the arms. Let's go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and take all that. Grab that one. That one. Those don't fit. They don't belong right now, so we're going to go ahead and delete hidden. Go ahead and save this out. Oh no, I want to make a 3D model and I want to print it for others because I don't have enough money to buy a machine. Oh, I want to make a 3D model and I want to print it by others. Okay, yeah, you could definitely do that. It helps to have a 3D printer, but at the same time, yeah, if you have somebody or you want to set it up to like my mini factory, for example, and say this is a work in progress. So actually, I would use Thingiverse. Thingiverse is good for that. But you can take your models, upload them to Thingiverse, and label them as a work in progress, and say this is for testing only. If you do print this, please inform me if it was printable. There are ways to check that stuff. And you can set it up that way so people can have it for sure, because you're right, if you can't afford a machine, then how do you know if it works? Just ensure that everything is considered watertight, so that way there's no holes in it, and then that way people who do try to print it won't have too many issues. And then just kind of learn from others too. Look at other people's experiences about what tolerances they used, and kind of go from there. But yes, you can definitely do that. I would just make sure that you post that they're work in progresses, because if you can't confirm that they print, then that would mislead somebody if they're just like, oh, hey, he made something, I want to print it, and then it doesn't work. So that would be my tip for you. But yes, you could definitely do that. In fact, that's how I started uploading models, because I had a friend of mine test print them, and then he told me that they worked or not. And then eventually he just said, here's a print. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Grab this. And I really want to make sure that that gets extended a bit, since that seems to be a better tolerance. Thank you for clarifying the question, by the way. I really just wanted to make sure that I had it. That I understood it correctly. Right about there. Yes. Right. I want to make sure that that's correct. Now we're just really like looking at everything as we need it to make sure that it is going to be usable for future stuff. You'll be back soon? Okay, no problem. No problem. I'm here till 3, so another couple hours. Alright, stream riddles. Let's do it. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Got it, guys. We got it. Get it. Oh, these buildings. The buildings themselves are typically easy. The enemies that come out that can suck. There we go, there we go. Ooh, I was like King Koopa came flying out of there. Nice. Only a few more to go, guys. We could do it. Look at Death Sacrament. Murdering everything and assisting. PWC Blank coming in second. Nice, nice. Easy peasy. We did it. Alright, alright. And the winner is Emmy. There you go. Boom. Get it. Alright. I want this blue chest for sure. So we're going to go ahead and hit this level 3. And I want to use my paladin. Paladin right here. Beautiful. Alright, alright. We're going to do real quick. I'm going to split hidden. Like that. And then we're going to go ahead and sure that we subdivide that a little bit. We're just go ahead and apply. Okay, perfect. We're gonna go ahead and dynamesh this. No, let's not dynamesh it. We're fine there. Same here. Let's go ahead and subdivide that a few times. Delete lower. And delete lower. There we go. Actually, yeah, let's go ahead and dynamesh that. I'm gonna dynamesh this at 0.15. How's the quality of that? And that's a little sloppy. Let's actually do it at 0.25. Zero blur. That way it just welds together. And we'll do the same here. 5. Dynamesh that. No, don't dynamesh that. I lied. I want those to be separate. Don't know what I was thinking. Don't know what I was thinking. Let's go ahead and merge this down. Yep. And then we'll auto groups. So now I can go ahead and pick some of these as I need them. And they're ready to cut. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and copy this. Let's bring this back over to the torso. All the way down to the bottom. Let's go ahead and just apply. Or paste, I mean. Go. I have this whole thing to work with. Go ahead and make sure we have the arms turned on. Transparency. We're going to scale this right where we need it. There we go. Just like that. Perfect. There we go. That's going to be good. I'm going to go ahead and pivot that down so that's facing that way. About where we want it. Bit of that one, because we only need the one side to work on. And get distracting the other way. Let's go ahead and break this up. Let's go ahead and split hidden. Rename this the pin. Hidden is a hinge disc. And then this is the real complicated, I know. We're gonna copy the ball. Gonna go ahead and merge that. The back arms. We're gonna take the back arm, merge down. Yep. The torso cut for a little bit. Solo. Let's go ahead and actually Dynamesh master it at 60, so let's do one. Make it one piece. There we go. Now, torso itself. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and take main ball joint. Gonna go up to the torso. Come underneath it. Everything on. Here. We'll go ahead and inflate it. I'll inflate about 3. That'll give us that nice range of motion. And then we're going to go ahead and start applying that cut. Go. Now if we turn this on, we can see that that has that range of motion right there. Pretty cool. And then I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this disc. Come back up to the torso. Deformation. Apply 3 as well. There we go. So now we're getting that cut effect that's happening in there. That should pretty much do it for the arms. Gonna be that part. Let's go ahead and then let's Boolean fold it. So you can see it's just very time consuming. Very, very time consuming. All right. Right, that'll be done. Go ahead and take a look at it. Come in here. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and actually do auto groups. I'm going to make sure that there's nothing wrong, like right here. Group that in. There we go. And then what we'll do is we'll go ahead, turn local sim off, and then we're going to hit mirror and weld. That will equally put it on the other side as well, just as we want it. Now we have to do the arm itself. Oh, I got a text one. All right, so now that upper body should be done as far as the torso goes. So let's go ahead and rename final torso. Now it's time for the arm itself. We're gonna go arm, go back. Can't spell today. Back arm. All right. And when we do the back arm, we're gonna have to actually kind of keep in mind of what the front or where the elbow itself is gonna be. So we want to pay attention to that. Same time. But what we'll do, come back to this disc. Gonna go ahead, duplicate it one more time. Go into the back arm. Go ahead and inflate this one again. So we're gonna do, let's see, deformation, inflate 3. How's it going today? It is going. How are you doing? How are you doing? We are just trying to articulate the crap all after this guy. We're also going to duplicate the pen. Bring the pen on up. Cut a hole in there as well. So let's go through deformation, inflate, and let's go as. Now we have this joint right here. Good, good, nice, nice. Nice, my friend. You can see and kind of show you where we are right now. So this is the upper body with pivot points. So this out, here's the head, and we added a barbell right there. Actually, I'll show you real quick. This is pretty cool. Go to the barbell, bring it down here in the center, something like that. So we're gonna actually grab the bar and the head. Check this out. Now when we move it, before it collides, it'll actually come down, and then it'll also have pretty good range of motion coming up too. So yeah, this is looking really cool. Yeah, I'm really excited, man. I'm really excited about it. There's a lot going on, and already have had a few errors that have had to occur. Some math needed to be adjusting. I did a test print of Vegeta's arm, and I threw it in my Discord. But yeah, it's coming along really nicely. So I made some math adjustments for this model, and then we're gonna test print this model right after the stream, set it up to print his head and his torso, maybe just a section of it, just to see how it fits. I'm really excited about it. Right now we have the arm being locked in with the joint socket there and the pin. So at this point, here to take this guy. At this point right now, we don't need to do that one. We're here to rotate. We have some pretty decent range of motion. Way past 90 degrees. Looks like we're getting about 100. Let's see, if we go from 28 is 6, so yeah, maybe about a full 90 degrees. So yeah, so getting some really good rotation. +2. This one in particular would actually be allowed to rotate this way into the socket. So yep, pretty happy with that. Yeah, it's coming. So yeah, guys, if you're new to my stream and you are looking to get into painting or just want to watch somebody paint amazing, Wandering, buddy, go check him out. Wandering SP is an amazing painter. He also has a YouTube channel. You guys have to check out his YouTube stuff. Amazing dude. But yeah, so that's where we are today, my friends. That's where we are today. It's a little bit of trial and error. And let's actually check the gap here real quick. What we're gonna do. So we're gonna pull the gizmo. Transpose line. Yes. So we got about 0.5 millimeter on one side, so that'll be a full millimeter on both sides. Is exactly what we need to have. So that'll be that 1 millimeter mark in total. I think I misunderstood that the first time I was doing it. Dude, of course, man. Of course, dude. You're an amazing dude. Super chill stream. I love it. All right, so we have this, and then, and then, gotta figure out how to cut his elbow in. So let's do that part. So that's gonna be there. Okay, for the hinge itself, let's bring this up. We're gonna call this, we're gonna go ahead and put this in its own folder and call this the shoulder rocker. Gonna be the name I'm giving it. And then we're gonna take this pen, duplicate this pen, bring this up here. We can cut a hole into that guy right there. So we can boolean that folder. Oh, very nice, Death. Thank you, thank you. Now we have a hole that's right there. You don't want to create the hole first and then cut because it will start creating intersections. So you want to create that separately. Call this the shoulder rocker hinge. Don't really know if they're the proper names, it's just what I'm giving it. There we go. Have that there. So you can see kind of how that looks. Go. Let's actually go ahead and boolean folder. So now you can see we have this right here. Comes in pretty clean. Interesting that this pin is like that. Okay, there it is. Just hidden. Go. So now we have that. Alongside of that. Yeah, there we go. Definitely getting faster with it. Let's go ahead and save it now. We'll save it version 2. Yeah, Death Sacrament. Hello. I know. Death was distracted. Yes. Yeah, it looks great. Yeah. Alright. File is saved successfully. Yay. Alright, now we have to do the exact same thing. Now we have to figure out the forearm and get all that situated. I think we're just going to keep the forearm itself simple. I think we're just going to do a simple hinge. So it won't really necessarily rotate because his wrist will rotate. We don't need to rotate on too many axes. That seems unnecessary. So we'll go ahead and delete this side, delete hidden. But we will have it bend. That's what we'll do. Well, as you can see, the body is still functioning. Yep, pretty much. All right. All right. Let's rename this shoulder. Let's see. Arm, shoulder, feet. It's not official. Can't complain. That's good. Yeah, that's good. I mean, I think we all could complain, to be fair. But who's gonna listen? Who's gonna listen to us? Saving. It is saving. Lots of live bullying can be kind of hard on Zbrush. So. There we go. There we go. I'm really excited about that. So now let's go ahead and create a simple hinge pin joint. I think this will be. So what we'll do is we'll come back here. And we're going to go ahead and just copy this. Back in here. Down to the bottom. Now let's rename this shoulder pin. Don't want to confuse it with anything else. Please keep that down. That's fine. We'll keep it at the bottom. So let's go ahead and paste what we have. Turn local stem on so we can rotate this. Figure out where we're going to place our joint. And may want to just place it here. Might do something like that so we can pivot here at this point. Ideally, what I'm thinking about that it would pivot here. Thinking it would pivot this way, like that. I think that might work. And have that. All the pins themselves will be fixed officially, but yeah, I'm thinking that's gonna work out right. And let's rotate this 180 degrees. Yeah, I think that's gonna work out. Go ahead and separate this. Go ahead and split hidden. Essentially, we're going to want to just merge this down like this. So let's actually go ahead and... Oh, let's just merge it down. Perfect. Merge down. Just like that. This part will actually become our cutter and cut against his arm. Okay, so let's go ahead and... So it'll be like that. Be perfect. Yep. Nice. So let's go ahead and go full. Such. forearm, so we'll end up duplicating this up here. So cut just like that. For the pin itself, go ahead and delete hidden on that. We don't need that. Ooh, that's a little too close. That's too close. Okay, that's good to know. So what we'll do okay, I know what we need to do. All right. So yeah, what we can't have, so what I'm looking at, sorry, is you see where this pin is right here? This actually can't really, yeah, this can't happen. This is too thin at this point. Where the pivot point is, that'll snap real quick. So we actually need to bring that ball back, I think. Or we readjust the forearm. So maybe what we do is we take the forearm, deal, readjust it, have it pivot like that. There we go. It gives us enough room. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead and delete this one. Delete. Take this one, duplicate this, rename this forearm. That way it's in the same spot. Now, we go ahead and hide this and cut against. There we go. And then the other thing we're going to want to do is actually, we will want to kind of clean this up a little bit. That way it actually has a nice pivot point. It's a little too maybe, let's see. Yeah, we're gonna have to round that out a little bit, but that's okay. We can do that. It'll be simple enough. Actually, here, let's delete this. Let me see something real quick. Fill this out. Go ahead and split hidden. Oh, sweet. All right. Got a big package in the mail. In the mail. From the mail. I don't know either. Take this guy. All right, here's what we need to do. We need to actually create a forearm. So we're gonna go for arm. Wow, I really can't spell today. Okay. Need to take this, duplicate this. So then we can actually cut against, making a little spot for the arm itself. That's what we need to do. First and foremost. Ooh, presents? So, well, I mean, presents myself. Ordered a bunch of filaments and ramen bowls and some other stuff. So, yeah. So, yeah, presents. Let's see. Ooh, inflates. Inflates 3.0. That's what we're going. That's 1 millimeter that we've decided. Cool. So that gives us that right there. And we're going to go ahead and add this part into it. That's what we're doing. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and Boolean folder. Give us this guy right here. Now let's go ahead and Dynamesh it. That's all welded together correctly. There we go. Now, forearm there, because we don't need that anymore. Access denied. Wait, access denied. Oh, battle time? Battle time? Okay, 1 second. Save. And save. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Alright. Alright. We might get this done today, guys. We might. We might. Do it, do it. Lou the Lunatic. I like that name. He was up there. Yeah, coming in hot with all those kills and assists. I've been wanting to get back on the character model I've been making in Blender, but at the same time I'm also dreading trying to flesh out all the muscles. Oh yeah. Anatomy is huge, my friend, huge. And yeah, if I would say just take some time and study the anatomy if that's what you want to do. Yeah! Look at that. We did it. We did it. Never doubted. Never doubted. Emmy and Pandemic Vapor. There you go. Awesome, awesome. All right, let's go with this level 4 because we be doing awesome today. But yeah, I get it. You know, at first, to be honest, anatomy was very scary to me. I'll put that guy right there. But it's definitely like, if it's what you want to do, then yeah, just I would study and take a look at it. Handle one body part at a time. For me, some things you kind of already know. Like most people figure out, like, you know, like how the torso is and how the shoulders connect, but then really pay attention to like the hands in particular, and then how the muscles come across your forearm. They're not straight down; they actually angle. So I would look at anatomy for sculptors. Big reference. I think my main struggle is just the back muscle. Oh yeah, the back muscles are crazy. Actually, here, you want to know something? A lot of people don't know about this, and I don't know why, because even I didn't know about it. It's a long time. But here, real quick, I'm going to go ahead and save this one more time. Then I'm going to show you, I'm going to change projects. And if you go, there's a Ecrochet model within Zbrush, and I believe it's under projects. Let me go in there real quick as soon as it's saved. You also have mannequins you can work off of. Oh, it's saving right now. Oh, no. Don't you crash on me. Be good to it. Okay. So, believe under projects. Is it projects or tools? Ah, it's under tools. There is a Ecrochet. You can click anatomy model. Go ahead and back all the way out. And if I turn off solo, now this is a female, but the muscles between men and women are almost exactly the same. The only difference is fat tissue and skeleton structure, but the back is exactly the same. I've got a good loop flow over my model kit. It kind of looks a little noodly. Yeah. But this is really good if you're looking at how muscles lie. And then I would just kind of use this as reference. And then of course, men are typically wider on the shoulders, and women are typically wider in the hip area. But outside of that, outside of the skeletal differences, like where the bones lie, the muscles are the same. So this is a really good reference if you want to if you need to use it. And it's pretty heavy file. Actually, it's not. It's decimated. I lied to you. It's only 186. It's decimated, which is nice. So if you need something for reference, I would recommend that. And then there's a few other ones too. Rafael Grassetti has one. That's pretty good. So I use those all the time. Okay. Now let's go back to, this is the main, let's call this main forum. It's not official yet because we haven't cut the hand slot in yet. But I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this. What's up? Turn this guy on. And now you can see here, now the pivot point's really good. So when we cut against it, go ahead and take that pen. Let's move this up. Cut against. So that's what we're looking at now. Now we have this part right here that's really good. Take this pen, move it out, and we'll call this elbow pen. So we know what it is. Move that back down. Back up, grab this guy. Go to deformation, and again, we have to just inflate it by 3. Here we go. Go ahead, take this, and then we're going to Boolean folder. There you go. So now if we go ahead and take this guy, put it here on the pen side. Take a look at this, for example. Ooh, you know what? Forgot to inflate the forearm. That's not going to work. So delete that guy. Forearm as the cutter, we need to inflate that. Take that. Information. That would have been a mistake. Complete. Subtool. There you go. And Boolean folder. Your back hurts? No! I'm sorry, mother. That's terrible. Okay. Now if we put this here, we do that. Now if we rotate, it'll stop there. And he's a bit of a robot, actually. That might backstop. Yeah. Can actually, interesting enough, what we could do to get a little bit more motion, see here, it actually collides right in front. It's not a true rotation. So we can actually open that up a little bit. So if we go delete from here, turn this one back on. First off, where is the front of the model? So let's turn everything on. Okay. What we can do now, actually, by picking this guy, everything else off. Let's go ahead, take this pen, let's insert a insert you. We can actually make a little kind of match. Actually, no. Hold on one second. Sorry. Delete this. I can actually just mask this area off, kind of fan it out for a second. Try something. And actually stretch this out, make that straight, because we're not going to use this one, it's just cutting. We can actually kind of rock that forward a little bit, so kind of create like a little bit of an elbow back here, giving it full range of motion in the front, something like that. Why not? Hey, all the carrying are doing. Oh right, yeah, that's your Stream Raiders ego boost. Well, I'm glad, brother. There we go. Now let's come back here to the elbow pin, for example. Now if we go ahead and see how this, oh yeah, there you go. We get that close to 90 degree, almost 90, you got 15 on this side, and 78. Perfect. That's at least 90 to give us that nice rotation. And the pin can get shrunk down a little bit. That. Go. Yeah. So that right there is doing pretty good. Now the last thing I want to do is grab this forearm. Let's actually go ahead and delete this forearm here. Turn this forearm on. Go ahead and duplicate this because I forgot one little thing. Go ahead and inflate this. Go. Can I show you what I got so far in my model? If I may link a Twitter. Yes, absolutely. Nice articulation, by the way. Thank you so much. Yeah, please share a link. Feel free to share your art. Absolutely. There we go. Now we'll go ahead and pulling in this joint here. Okay, cool. So now we have this. Now we'll call this call it near fine. Forearm. All right. Now we have main back arm. And this is the back arm complete. Here we go. So as you guys can see, it's a little bit time consuming, but it's coming along really well. And then with this arm right here, we can go ahead and just turn off local sim, mirror and weld. This mirror and weld as well. Now we have on both sides. And then we'll do the same with the forearm when we get to it. Go ahead and save it. All right, let's take a look at this. Yeah, let's do it. Progress on the model, plus a bit where I threw him in mix mode to check my model. Okay, nice. All right, very low res, but I like it. Nice. Oh, cool. All right, yeah, so it deforms well too. That's good. Might have a little bit of crunching here underneath. Hard to tell. But no, yeah. This is a great start. Good job. It looks like someone like Yeah, I don't know that character. Ah. Yeah, there's a bit there. I don't know if it's auto rigger or the pits. Yeah, I would say check 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 for deformation lines, and what deformation lines are is very similar to what I do. For example, deformation line is where the topology will bend. So if we were to go ahead and let's clear this out, for example, we'll just delete loops. So if let's say you want it to bend right here in this midway point, if you were to just kind of select this with one edge loop and start bending it, you could get some warping. So deformation lines, you would actually be grouping a few lines close to each other. So when you start to bend it, it actually deforms a little bit to the model. It's more complicated than what I showed you, but that's the general idea. But that's a great start, so definitely keep pushing it. So far, really good edge flow and deformation. Good, man. Keep it up, and there's a good base model going up there. Absolutely. It's super good. Yeah. So keep pushing. Once you start applying all your texturing and stuff like that, it's going to look really, really good. And if you've already created UVs and you don't have the high-res model yet, copy off, duplicate it, and then build your high-res off of that base mesh so that it works together and you keep your UVs. That's my recommendation. But yeah, nice. Very, very nice. Okay. So this is where we are so far. Not too shabby. All right. Now we need to do the hand the rest of the way. Oh, is this the forearm? Okay, this was the original forearm. We're going to go ahead and bring that down. Near final forearm. Put it in a final. Yeah, I think once I subdivide more and get to adjusting the muscle structure, the pits might not look as funky. Yeah, I think the auto trigger just made it looks weird because of the standard bones don't weight correctly. Exactly, yeah. Mixamo is kind of weird, but it's a good way of checking. So, no, it's definitely coming along. It's very nice. Keep it up. Seriously, good job. Yeah, rigging is a complicated thing all on its own. Something I'm definitely not good at. All right. What is this? Okay, that's the final one. Back arm, shoulder complete. Back arm. I should just call this the back arm. Not shoulder complete, back arm complete. Should just label this final. There you go. Yay, there you go. Okay. Will be the final forearm. This is the final back arm, so let's move that up. Move that right there. So many things to check. That's the waist. We're not there yet. All right, hands. All right, let's go ahead and delete one side. We don't need it. Yeah, my final project, I tried rig a giraffe, sorry. I had to bail halfway through because no matter what I did, weight painting just kept breaking it. Luckily, my teach was nice enough to give me a kind of sympathy grade when I had to hastily model a low poly T-Rex instead. Wow, that's crazy. Personally, I have some experience with rigging characters. It's a pain in the ass at times. I applaud anyone that can spend the time to make a rig work. Yep. Well, Buddy Peter, he's doing animation, and that's full-on rigging, so it'll be interesting to see his projects. But yeah, it is insane. It really can be. Okay, we're gonna turn on local sim for a second. I'm gonna kind of inflate his hand just a little bit. Give him a nice big hand. Yeah. Well, that's crazy that you can low poly a T-Rex. So, hastily too. That's insane, man. I would love to see that if you ever have that with you. But yeah, no, rigging is complicated. So, if you're trying to invest your time in it, I would say take your time and just do the best you can. Okay, we need to make his hand rotate. We're just going to give him a little bit bigger of a hand. So I don't really want it to pivot. I just want it to rotate. I'm purposely choosing to make it rotate instead. Because that's how I see most hands. No, animation is not rigging. Depends. 3D animation. What would you call that, Peter? How do you get an object to move in 3D space? Trust me, that T-Rex looked like one of the old cheesy toys from the 70s. Even better, a retro piece. I love it. Totally different skill set. Wait, so are you doing 2D animation or are you doing 3D animation? Now I'm curious, because rigging is a part of 3D animation. From every 3D animated person I've ever spoken to, they all say you have to rig. So now I'm curious. I'm always willing to be corrected. No, you can rig 2D stuff. Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know. I didn't know that, Kianar. That's how South Park is made, isn't it? Originally, South Park was made out of plate. All right. South Park was stop motion in the beginning, made out of cut out cardstock. They then later 3D modeled the characters in Maya, and now there are 3D models, which is animated, which is rigged. Hey, I made that. You need them bones, them bones, them bones. Before you can make a model move. Back again. I didn't miss the leg modeling. Did you start? No, I didn't. Yeah, you didn't. 3D animation is based on the 12 principles of animation. Rigging is creating the bones for the bone characters and setting the deformation. Uh-huh. And blend shapes. So you don't do any of that? They just hand you a model and say, animate it? They 3D modeled them because of the game was released. They had to fully create the whole town. Made animation user. Yeah. Okay, so you are not rigging at all. Interesting. Huh. Okay. So you're not modeling or rigging, you're just animating what's already been rigged. That's interesting. Interesting in a good way, mind you. Animators don't rig, separate job. Okay. Okay, I stand corrected. Every animator I know, which is 2, not you, Pete, and a couple other people, they rig as well. So maybe it's just misinterpretation of the position. Yeah, there's usually someone who just handles rigging. Okay, that's good to know. Perfect. That is good to know. You don't do any of that. Interesting. There are riggers and animators and students. A lot of time. Okay, that works. Even in Pixar, again, animation separate. Okay, that is good to know. Like I said, I just know animators who do rig, so it makes sense that that would be joint. But it also makes sense if you have to rig 100 characters, you don't want to be doing that and animating. That makes sense. Yeah, just take the reference and animate based on that. Nice. So you're going to be running down the street a lot then, Peter. Depends on the company. Yeah, depends on the studio. We have a very small 3D studio where we tend to model, animate our own stuff. Yeah, okay, see? So, it's studio dependent. Small companies are wild. Yes, they are. Indeed. And that makes total sense. Okay. Well, now that that is clarified, and thank you for clarifying that. Never against learning something new. That's a 1.1, so that's plenty of, that's wall thickness. That's good. Let's see. I think it's just handy when a 3D animator can fiddle with rigging so they can tell that there's a problem and communicate with the riggers. Yeah, that's probably what, that's probably, again, what would help you know both. I would agree that typically things are split up by the discipline. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, well, I wasn't making a statement saying that riggers and animators are the same. I was confused by what you were doing then, because I generally thought that riggers and animators kind of coexisted within the same job title. But I was wrong, so thank you for clarifying. Yeah. For pipping out objects, stuff like that. One of the many reasons indie studios take a bit to create things because of the size and resources available, making them team would do multiple jobs. Normally find in bigger studios. Right. That makes sense. Yeah, usually if a studio has a staff for it, you're like a very specialized pony. If it's a smaller staff, you may have to wear more than one pair of pants. Exactly. Yeah, but 2D cartoons using rigging in the same way, just different software, different approach. Interesting. Well, that is all good to know. Seriously. Hands down, that's insane. So, thank you for clarifying. I do appreciate it. Will I make any tutorials on basics of ZBrush? I want to, yes. However, at this time, I don't have time to do that. But I'm pretty open during my streams to go over basic stuff. There's just a lot of basic tutorials around on ZBrush. So spending the time to do that would seem a little, right now, just based on like the Shane Olsons of the world and the Raphael Grassettis who handle all that. Just haven't thought about putting time into that. Although I do want to. Just I don't know if I have the time at the moment. Well, that's crazy. Well, again, thank you guys for clarifying that. That I learned a lot right now, and I appreciate the share of knowledge. And a mistake I'll never make again. All right, let's go back to my main cutter. I'm gonna take this guy right here. Gonna go ahead and actually, I'm just gonna go ahead and copy the whole thing. Go all the way down at the bottom and paste it. And let's go ahead and delete hidden. You weren't really wrong. I mean, my last mentor works at Disney and she can also rig. Enough to fix a rig if she breaks it. Oh, that's funny. Can you show it in your stream? Oh, can I show the basics of ZBrush in the stream? Yeah, if you ever have a question about what it is you would like to see, I can definitely show you for sure. Her constraints are crazy flexible and overly engineered. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, it's just an interesting thing. That's what I love and find confusing at the same time when it comes to the industry as a whole. Is that, yeah, apparently there are definitely, how do I put this? There's too many variables based on where you work on whether or not you actually can do or attain what it is you're going after, I guess. It's like, I feel like it's just the word. You can make a statement and say animators and riggers are the same job if you work at a small studio, but if it's like Pixar, then it would be different. So it's weird how it's right for one company, but not for all companies. Whereas like in manufacturing for aerospace, for example, if you're a machinist, you're a machinist. That means that you set up machines, that you prep them, and that you operate them. But if you're a programmer, that's somebody who actually programs the job. It's a completely different job set. Most machinists don't program. That's always separated. No matter where you go in the industry, a programmer is a programmer, a machinist is a machinist. Not necessarily here, and that's what's fascinating to me. It seems that riggers and animators can be the same job title, but only depending on the company. And that's fascinating to me. It doesn't seem like there's a standard built in. So the more I learn about this stuff, the more interested I am in it. And that's all. From my own experience using provided rig and creating own is really easy to break a rig. Yeah, no, based on the rig I've played with in Blender, it apparently is stupid easy to break. And that's pretty funny. I'm gonna go ahead and just mask this area off real quick. Stretch that kind of into there, because that's what we're gonna work with. It's good to explore different aspects of the process. Thought I'd enjoy just the animation process of 3D stuff, but my monkey brain really enjoys the modeling process in making a character. Yeah, smaller companies more of a generalist typically, meaning they know a bit of everything. Yeah, usually refer to somebody as a generalist, or where usually refer to somebody as a generalist. Where I work, we use 3D artist. Yeah, 3D artist is very common. I see a lot of job posts for generic 3D artists, and then they have a laundry list of things that's usually attached to it. Okay. Alright, we're gonna have the forearm like that. Go ahead and we'll merge this folder together, giving me something like that. Then with the hands, call this hand. I don't know if we're gonna finish this model today, to be completely honest. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and turn all this on, turn this off, that part on. I'm gonna go ahead and inflate this real quick. Go 3 like that. Okay. Go to cut. Now we get that hand like that. And then we'll go ahead and pull in the folder. Battle time Seymour. Yeah, that's why there's a lot of animations. Okay, that's why a lot of animations will take the rig that they are given and do a walk cycle. Walk cycle, you'll end up touching all of the controls of the rig. Totally makes sense. Okay, cool. Now, do you have any interest in rigging, Peter? I guess that's the next question. And would it behoove you to learn that skill set, or are you just going to focus on the animation part, and then after that? And after that, you'll maybe do that. Animators! Makes sense. They have time, of course. Nice. That is typical to find that many people start off going as an animator and find that they enjoy modeling or sculpting more than the animated process. Yes, A Cubed on Twitch started as an animator, but is a concept sculptor for her job. Yep, absolutely. Good job, guys. Good job. That's because animation is crazy. Like, animation as a whole, even I'm sure rigging is too, but from what I've seen of animation itself, just figuring out all the math involved and how to move a character and all the facets to think about is insane on its own and very difficult from the way I understand it. Oh boy! There you go, guys. There you go! Yep. I will say this. I was playing Hyrule Warriors, and the thing that tripped me out about animation was that there was a scene where Link blocks a electric moblin with his Master Sword and lightning, and everything that happened in there, his whole body was in constant motion, from blinking to snarling to his hand coming up to his backhand relaxing to his whole body dipping, all in one fell swoop. All happened in 5 seconds. So it's crazy to think that all of that has to happen in that process, and it has to be good too. It's insane to me. So I guess when you think about it, yeah, that does make sense. Animation is a combination of art and technical skills, for sure. For sure. Mad respect to anybody who can animate. All right, let's go to this level 4. Let's do it. This will be probably the last Stream Raiders of the day. Let's go with the biggie. Let's get to it. Yeah, you'll take a couple classes on rigging, but not your main focus. Okay, very cool. It's good to know. All right. Okay, so now we have the hand. Then should pop right in there. Now the hand should just rotate. It should just pop in and rotate. Be done with that. Go ahead and take a look at everything that we have so far. So let's go ahead and mirror and weld. And mirror and weld that. Yeah, one question I have is how would you handle the joints for like a tail or or the physics of a model like hair? Okay, yeah, that's a good question. Are we talking about rigging or are we talking about articulation? For articulation, oh, okay, you mean for animation. Okay, good. Because I was like, for articulation, you ain't gonna want to articulate hair. Not really. That might be a little much. Unless you had a really big model. That might work that way. Huh? Medusa? Yeah, because although it might make more sense to actually have it as PVC that's flexible with a bendable joint on the inside. So when it would really be like a wire that you can bend and shape. All right. So let's clean this up a little bit. We have some pretty permanent stuff. Let's go ahead and save this one, and then let's delete some of these folders because we got a lot of stuff happening. Yeah, it's a lot of study, but really it's handling, yeah. That's where hair cards and stuff come in, right? So then you'll just... I would imagine that's where hair cards come in, and then you just actually project the texture and then move the cards individually. That's how I understand it. Interesting little fact about, oh my god, Brave, the movie Brave, is I do know that the hair on the main character's head, they programmed it to respond to the rig, but it wasn't actually rigged. It was one of the behind the scenes, and I thought that was really fascinating. So I would imagine that the more advanced stuff gets done like that as far as hair goes. Tails, you can create a set of bones going from the hip joint to the end, and then weight paint it to all the work. Hair is different because most of the time hair is usually rigged, flat polygons with the texture on it, and is built into the engine. Yeah, that's interesting. Wow, that's crazy. I just make toys, man. I don't do anything special or cool. I make toys. All the toys are pretty cool, I'm gonna say right now. Toys are really... Okay, here's my shoulder pin. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and mirror and weld it. Boop. And then elbow pin, mirror and weld. And then the hand doesn't even need a pin and just has a joint. Okay. So let's call this our final model so far. Oh, that's not what I meant. Rename. Elbow pin. Actually, I renamed the wrong one. Elbow pin. So you can attach the string to a pole and run the string through sections of straws. If you move the string, you can see how the overlap and arcs happen. For which, wait, for which one? Basically, it's a good understanding of the tool. Oh, okay, I get it now. The final model so far. Get things thrown in here. Just throw everything that I see so far into this area. We'll organize it in a second. Go. All this hands. I really miss learning from peers and more experienced people. I always feel disheartened when people just tell me to look up tutorials because, like, yes, there's a lot online to look up, but at the same time, there's so much. Finding what I need is overwhelming at times, and I still feel like no one answered my question. I totally get that, Adder Lovely, 100%. Furthermore, to expand on that, there is a big problem right now with a lot of people who don't know what they're talking about making YouTube videos. And that can get overwhelming and frustrating too. There's not a lot of people to sit there and say, oh, okay, I was wrong, let me fix that. There's a lot of people who have just figured it out and then turn around and say, well, this is how I do it. And that can be a big problem for people who are trying to learn. And since 3D modeling in general is probably one of the, well, character modeling in general is probably one of the biggest, most competitive job fields to date in the hobby world, it's imperative to get the right information, and there's not always that there. That's why I've always wanted to personally be somebody who can be corrected if I'm wrong, and then say, okay, yeah, that makes sense, and learn from that. And most of my experience has been trial and error and working for a small company where I just did 3D print toys and kind of figured it out. Nobody said this is how you do it. I just did it. And then it wasn't until later that I got instruction, that I sought out instruction, that I got the right information. So it's imperative to kind of figure it all out. But I would say don't be afraid to dive in either, because 9 times out of 10 the answer usually is try it and see how it is. But all of that being said, yeah, I get it. I would definitely always want and appreciate somebody who's knowledgeable to come in and say, hey, this is how you do it. So that's why I think it's important. My knowledge of 3D printing and modeling, I want to be able to showcase it, but it's more of a discussion here instead of me telling you this is how you do it, because I just don't believe in that method. I definitely love the collaboration and discussion method, and also this is what works for me. And I've had tons of people say, hey, try this, and it works better. Great, wonderful. And if it doesn't, then no big deal too. So that's usually my take. And so I totally get it, because it can be frustrating. Yeah, that's usually why when I stream, I try to talk about the things I learned in my classes and from my teachers to give people the knowledge of the industry, standard pipeline stuff. Agreed, hands down, 100%. Yep. Really need to spell the whole competitive mindset with artistic jobs. Art is a collaborative effort. Yep, absolutely. I know the job industry has kind of made it competitive over collaborative, and that's hard. I agree with you. Depends on the person. Most artists are more willing to share. Very true, yeah. It's hard. It's hard to have that conversation, because for me as an artist, I've always been open. I think one of the things that I needed to learn as an artist was to not be sensitive about critiques. And I've met a lot of artists, and I used to be this way myself, where somebody would critique me, and then I would turn around and say, oh, well, that's just my art, don't attack it. I actually had to learn to take criticism as if somebody was trying to help, but there's clear signs when somebody says you've done it wrong. Maybe no. Like, approach is king, right? So it does definitely depend, but while there is competitiveness in the job market, I find most artists are pretty open to share, and we just got to keep that part going and make that part more known by being vocal on on our public forums about, like, hey, I want to share this, I want to collab. But sometimes collaboration can be people coming in and taking advantage of you, so you definitely have to be hesitant, or like at least a little have discernment before just jumping both feet in. But I find as a whole, most people are willing to share. But I do agree, there is not a clear line between collaborative and competitive, and that's why I always try to be super positive with stuff. And I don't feel like I'm the right guy to start critiquing people's work. So yeah, it also depends on your specific situation or shot. Something that holds true in theory may not work in practice for that shot. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. So, like right now, I've been studying articulation for a month, and I've been applying it for 2 days. And I know very little, and it's all trial and error for me. But I'm here doing it, and you guys are watching me learn as I do it. And I want to share that experience as much as I can, And if a guy came in here right now and said, hey, I'm an articulator, I can articulate, I'm an artist who can do that, and you're doing it wrong, can I show you? I would be like, yes, please. But that's actually what I find interesting about articulation in general, is that most people don't have a guide to show you, or they're going to charge you. There's going to be somebody who knows what they're doing, and that information is worth money. I just don't have it. So without having that money, how do I do it? There's a balance, right? Like, artists need to make a living. That's where some of that competitiveness comes in, I think. So it definitely is a catch-22. Oh, that's funny you just said that, Peter. Yeah. Because we have to make money, right? So yeah, I mean, it's hard. It's hard. It feels like it's more of a gray area than a black and white issue. That's a catch-22, though. Had other students further along make suggestions, and the staff I was doing was reversed, and the instructor said, well, why would you change that? I really like that, and it helped the shot. Right. Well, sometimes people get in their own way, right? Sometimes you're like, oh, I know how to do that, and then you go in and you just do it because you know, but maybe you missed the point of what was being done. Yeah, everything you create has a new learning experience. I'm consistently learning things. Me too. And I feel like as artists, we need to constantly learn new things. We need to constantly stay abreast of what we want to do. So yeah. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and delete some of these folders now. And I'm going to go ahead and create a new subtools that's A, not as heavy, and B, not as confusing. Now that I've done of this, take the final head, what we have so far. Let's organize this. So we have head. So open the visual. Okay. Go the shoulder pin. Also the final. Yeah, that's the final barbell. Glad I did not get rid of that. Yeah, you have to be selective in what you take in. First and foremost, you have to listen to your department head, instructor, and whatnot. Yep. Yeah, sometimes the thing you're creating will pose its own set of challenges. The way you overcome it, pardon me, will help you learn and overcome it in another project. For sure, yeah. Like everything I'm doing right now with the articulation process is hopefully going to help me do it again. Actually, everything I just learned with Vegeta's arm cut his arm off, articulated it, learned a lot. Now I'm applying it. And hopefully, I mean, there's a risk that this won't work that well, but we'll give it a shot and see what happens. But yeah, learning is key, absolutely. I feel like we have to stay on top of that for sure. All right, so torso, shoulder pins, hands. Be after all that. Okay, very cool. Go. Yep, let's try to art well. There we go. Okay, so we have the final model kind of locked in here right now. And we still have to do all of the legs. Let's go ahead and delete the head. This is what we have left. Did I accidentally delete the waist? I did. Okay. Let's go ahead and save as a number 3. Why you saved before. Self-learning for me sometimes feels like I'm walking on a tightrope. It's cool and it's fun, but oh dear, it's scary because I don't want to enforce or develop bad habits that could bite me in the butt later. Right. Yeah. That's the catch-22 part of it. However, that being said, as somebody who's generically a self-learner, if you're willing to adapt to when you find out something you've been doing, even though it's been working, let's say you've been doing something right, you've been doing something and it's been working for you, and you think it's right, it's willing to take instruction. So if somebody comes in who is knowledgeable and says, I know you've been doing it this way for the last 5 years, but can I show you a different way that will save you time and money and effort? If you are open to learning, then your bad habits can be corrected even if you've been doing it a long time, because you're still able to learn and want to learn. And that's what I find is the key for self-learning, is being able to pivot when the correct information is presented, even if you've been doing it wrong or comfortable doing it wrong the other way. It's learning to adjust and continue forward. I think if you can do that, then self-learning kind of becomes a little bit more relaxing. Yeah, that's why you join forums like CG, Society, etc., that you can critique your work or ask professionals. They can do a portfolio critique and help you self-learn. Exactly. Indeed. A lot of science thrives on failure. Oh, absolutely. Indeed. Indeed. So much is derivative of failure. One of the best statements, I don't know if it's true or not, so don't quote it, but one of the best things that I ever heard was Benjamin Franklin? Oh my god. Anyway, during the creation of the light bulb, we're not going to go into how I don't know names of history, but I think it was Benjamin Franklin, right? Who did the light bulb? Anyway, I heard it took like 90 something times to create a light bulb, like 90 attempts, 90 failures. And the statement was, I learned 89 ways on how not to make a light bulb and 1 way on how to make a light bulb. And those failures are super important. That's the point of that story. Even don't judge me on what I don't know. Yeah. The auto-etiquette learner, it helps to be open to new approaches. Find someone who knows a lot about what they're doing and watch how they work. See if you can siphon off little tidbits of their workflow. Yeah, that's why it's cool to watch Pixelogic when you're trying to learn Zbrush. Yeah, I think it's super amazing because you're able to kind of factor all that in. Okay, here's my waist, by the way. This is what I was looking for. I can't believe Anyway, I accidentally deleted my waist. That's no good. So we need to go ahead and fully in this folder. A lot of pros stream now too, so it's a lot easier to get a second pair of eyes. Indeed. And a lot of pros are also willing to take questions. Go ahead and copy this. And we're going to bring this over to my messed up stuff. I'm going to go ahead and paste. I think because the waist isn't technically final at the moment, so we need to figure that part out. Gotta figure out how I want to do that. All right, now we can go ahead and save. Or do critiques at work. Yep. Let's see. A lot of what I learned about character design has been from learning from other artists like who stream Pixel Logic or Flip Normals. I use what I learned in school and what I've learned from others. Yep. Parroting certainly is helpful for me when I learn, but I always feel more comfortable when it comes to the overall process when I get walked from step 0 to step 10 and understanding the basics, then I feel like I can swim on my own. Interesting. I don't learn like that at all. I literally learn by being pushed into the deep end of the pool, and then it's fight or flight mode that kicks in for me. I learn by doing. I can't learn any other way. I can watch something and follow it to the letter, but I'll forget if I don't just do it. Like, that's how I am. I'm just the mindset of like, okay, today I'm learning articulation. Yesterday I just did it. Failure and all, it's okay. Got the basics down. But I've tried doing like the walkthroughs. I just can't. I don't know what's wrong with me. Alright, we're definitely not going to be finishing this today. There's not a whole lot of time left. But I really love the conversation, guys. Yeah, I'm a very anxious person when it comes to academics. If I get kicked into the deep end and I'm expected to learn how to swim, all of a sudden I just panic and drown. Oh, okay, I get it. Yeah, for sure. You know what's crazy too is I think I would have done better in school if YouTube was around, because I'm a visual learner on top of just doing. So I can see somebody do it, and if I watch you do something, like if I watch a tutorial, sometimes it's different because I'll get derailed if I'm watching a tutorial and then they do something but they didn't showcase exactly what they did because they expect you to have that information. They skip over it, and that's where tutorials sometimes I get lost because I don't feel like they provide all the information. So sometimes I'll be watching a video and I'll go from try to do the 0 to 10 approach, and then step 5 they don't explain. They just say, well, this is how you do it based on expected knowledge. And while that's good in some aspect, I feel like that hinders me. So I freak out and then I just turn it off and come back to the same video like 100 times. But because I'm a visual learner, I'll sit with you and I'll watch you. I'll be like, yep. And then immediately I'm like, let me try. And I'll move you out the way and I just want to get in and do it. But it definitely, like, yeah, it's all about learning. The key is, like, you know how you learn, and I think that's what's really cool. And once we know how we learn, I think that's when we're really open. So, yeah, it's super crazy. It's funny. It fascinates me how people learn. I wish I was a more academic book learner, because I feel like I want to learn so much, and I'm eager and hungry, and I don't always get that knowledge. And it drives me nuts. Let's see. I certainly come to take a look at when you stream. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Paris said you got to push yourself outside the comfort zone. Learn your fundamentals, practice it, and we'll come. Indeed, yeah. Just practice. No, that's the hard answer, but it's the truth. That was one of the things I ran into at school. Some teachers would say, do this, and don't actually show it. Isn't that frustrating? So freaking frustrating. I definitely, I definitely want to eventually find an animation course that's similar to how Shane Olson presents sculpting material. Just one of those types of things be super helpful. I'm a bad, yeah. Actually, hold on. I love that. That's what I liked about Shane Olson's course was because of he broke it down to the simplest form, and I've always appreciated and admired that. Anytime I've taught anything in my life, from machining, martial arts, cooking, like anything, if anybody want to learn from me, I try to break it down so that it's as easy understood and digested as possible. And I think teaching is a skill set that's really hard to do. And I don't think a lot of people can teach well, but they have knowledge to share. And that's where the collaboration comes. Shane Olson is definitely, in my opinion, kind of a golden nugget, where it's like he knows how to break it down and make it really easy. Because I've taken another 3D modeling course that I won't mention, because it was a good experience overall, but it was hard to understand. It was like chewing on cardboard. It was just dry and not tasteful, and it was hard to process. Although I did learn a lot, it was difficult to get through. So that definitely helps when you have a good teacher. A bad person, to use the swimming analogy, considering I can't swim. You know, it helps. My teacher, when I was in high school, career class for media, she took us from learning like a select group of tools, practice with them before moving on, more complicated tools. And once we had all those nice tools under our belts, he'll let us be free in handling our own projects. Yeah, that sounds awesome. What a lucky and awesome teacher. Like for 1 week Photoshop, we messed around with selection, pen, move tools, and we had a good work at that. Then it would be gradients, paint buckets, transformation. Yes, that's awesome. Just broke learning things down into chunks. And once we got comfortable with it, we then got to experiment and have fun. So awesome. Yes. That's it. That's the best way. And see, that's awesome. Here's something small. Absorb it. Practice that. Great. Next thing, absorb, practice that. Now do it all. That's awesome. That's I would have excelled in that class. That was amazing. Those are the best teachers indeed, yeah. 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 Absolutely. Those are the best teachers in my opinion, for sure. And I love that because those teachers are going to just help mold good structures of learning throughout the process. I just wish all teachers had that mentality, because I feel like everything would be so much easier in the long run if we did that. Yeah. That's super great. I love this conversation, guys. This is awesome. But yeah, just keep pushing. That's been my goal for 2020. For the rest of my life, I decided I'm just gonna push all my art, push it hard, and see what happens. And when it fails, try again. My friends and I called it the piece of candy method. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Actually, fun story based on that phrase. When I was in martial arts and I started teaching kids how to do, white belt stuff, yellow belt stuff, that's what my grandmaster, my Kwanjin, would say to us. He would say, kids love to eat. Give them food. So high fives is food. So you would say to them, you do a front kick, and even though it's not super great, shitty front kick, you tell them, oh, good job, try again, good job. And you keep that mentality going throughout the whole class, and you tell each kid, good job, keep trying. Because when they keep practicing, naturally they should get better at what they're doing, right? But when it comes to a point where they stop getting better, that good job can turn into good job. Hey, let me fix this one thing. Try this. They're more excited to try it because they believe that they're doing well. They're believing in themselves to do it. And so that method, that piece of candy method, is the perfect way to do it, because it's like, here's this little nugget. Hold on to that. You absorb all of it, and then you keep moving on. It's great. And so that's how I learned how to teach, because that's how I was taught how to teach. And I think it's great. Yeah, the way I learned much of my skills were on those types of small projects that could help you learn every bit of the process. And when I got to my portfolio classes, I had it all and the freedom to work. Yeah, you did. That's awesome, dude. That's so cool. Yeah, the fun part is getting portfolio critiques. I've had a few recently, and it's all been positive. That's actually why I'm learning articulation. I had a portfolio critique last week. That was the thing that they said. They're like, love your sculpts. You can easily be hired. I'm not hiring anybody. But if you could do articulation, I'd consider hiring you more. And I was like, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Incentive. But yeah, don't be afraid to put your stuff out there, too. That's the final thing. But anyway, all right. We're definitely going to be doing legs tomorrow, but let's start the process. Because as you can see, it's now getting easier to do the process. But let's lay out our articulation points on what we're going to do. So we have this. Let's go ahead and copy. Come back. Is that battle time already? All right. Let's go ahead and actually paste. And then we're going to put this in a folder and call this articulation layout. This will let us lay this out the rest of the way, and then we'll do one more battle of Stream Raiders. Let's go ahead and turn off live bullying because that can get very complicated, very heavy. And the way we did the elbows is kind of what we're going to do for the knees. So we're going to do something very similar. So I think we're going to kind of scale this up a little bit. We'll get to Stream Raiders in 1 second, guys. And I want to make sure that this is as even as possible. Here we go. And we can just go ahead and mirror and weld that. Actually, that's not mirror and weld it. There's no need to do that. Lovely chat today. I loved it. No, it was super awesome. Yeah. Constructive feedback is great when learning. It helps you learn what you're doing wrong, but it helps you build on what you can't keep going. Yeah. And getting the shitty feedback that brings you down sucks, but it makes people not progress through. Yeah. You gotta be picky with feedback a little bit, I think. I've had some people tell me my shit sucked, or they wouldn't do it that way. I had one guy on Twitter tell me my arm anatomy was wrong. And you know what's funny was I ignored it, and I was like, oh, and I went back and I looked at my model. I was like, no, it's okay. Another person called him out and said, you should learn your anatomy. And I was like, never mind, I don't have to handle it. Hey, whatever. So sometimes, take things with a grain of salt, He failed to realize it was a stylized choice. And it was funny. I didn't have to fight my own battle. And I didn't need to. I was just like, okay. I went back and took a look at my work, saw how it was. And, somebody else decided to step in. That was kind of nice. But yeah, that's the method for animation mentor. You get a good job, but I see this and making this change. Yeah. It helps you sell what you're getting. Exactly. It's called the what was it? What is the method? It's the Oreo. It's like it's the Oreo sandwich of critique. You basically you sandwich. You start off with really good positive things that you like about it. You say something negative about it, but in a constructive way, and then you end it on something positive. You sandwich your critique. I've heard that that's a great method to convey information, especially if your critique is going to be harsh. If something's really bad, don't come off and say, well, this sucks and here's why. That's not a good approach. Even if it's truthful, it could be hurtful. So it's nice to come back in and be like, hey, you know what? I think the proportions are pretty decent. This is actually looking pretty good. Now let's get into the negative side. This is what I don't like about it. Study anatomy more. Do this, do that. Here's why. They're more prone to listen to you. So, all that good stuff. And then end it with something nice. Like, again, either going back to what you liked about it or complimenting their progress. And also, too, once you start the compliment process first, people are naturally more eager to want to listen. And that's not... And I don't mean that in any negative way. It's just like, be honest with everything, but always start with a compliment. I think it's just. I always hate it when I ask for like some critique in some art groups, apart from either vague or a little crude. Visual learners, so like I won't see the problem. Right, exactly. Here's how I think you could fix it with like red line. Yeah, like a draw over. And if you can draw too, yeah, draw overs are fun. I've started learning how to do draw overs myself, especially because I model from concept 90% of the time. So having that concept in mind is helpful. And I would say get visual concepts too that you can work off of, even if you're doing original stuff. That's helpful. Yeah, that's usually what I do, and when I see people asking for feedback of some sort of groups, I'm in and I try to help. Exactly, me too. I try so hard. I just want to be a good source of positive information. Instead of being a dick and making them feel bad and pointing out, this is terrible! Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we can do that. An old coworker of mine got a job redesigning the Looney Tunes a few years ago. She got so much flack online from people who really didn't know how... Oh, really? That's interesting, that people didn't know how to draw. Crazy. People are amazing. Alright guys, we got Stream Raiders, and then that is it for the day. I really love this conversation. Hopefully you guys loved it too. And yes, check out my Discord, because there's just nothing but good, positive artists in there. And if you're looking for critiques, Addery Lovely, feel free to jump in there and ask for it. There's a lot of positive people. It's amazing. Yeah, that happens when artists change fan favorite stuff. The part of it, really, people are going to be dicks no matter who you are. Yeah. That's why I appreciate Animaniacs, because they're kind of making fun of the fact that people are making fun of the fact that things change. Thanks for the streaming. This was awesome. Yeah, no problem, Talon. Thank you for coming in. Sing sketch is priceless. Oh, I'll have to check that out. Yeah, don't come out swinging with critiques. You gotta soothe them, then hit them with the rose. Yeah, exactly. It's a little dance. Really, that's okay. That's how I talk to my computer. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Work. Work. Okay, done for the day. We release it. Good job, everybody. All right, we did it, and the winner goes to Pandemic Vapor. Good job. Cool. All right, so that's gonna be it for the day, guys. Yeah, it really sucks. I hate when people are mean to artists for doing their job. Indeed. You know, that's actually how I used to judge. Like, I used to think, like, okay, I'm going to use acting as an example. I used to be like, oh, I hate this actor. Until I started working in the industry and hearing that it's always down to the director, the writer, and the producers, right? They're the main three that kind of, like, dictate how something is. But it's always down to the director. And I've seen amazing actors be terrible in certain roles. And now I realize that's like, so the first person I blame if I think a movie is bad is, yeah, that director wasn't really good, was he? It's like, yeah, that director maybe needed a little something. Or if I think the direction, like usually a good director will shine through with like how it's shot and stuff, but then sometimes you can boil down to a bad script. Like, that was a bad script, wasn't it, DC? Anyway, guys. All right, let's look at who we're going to raid. You guys are over on YouTube. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. On the Twitch side, let's go raid somebody. Let's see who is streaming. Let's see. We're not going to see me 100 times. All right, all right, all right. Hi. Pumpkin Days is live. She makes games. Emmy just went live. That's really cool. Do you guys want to go check out what Emmy's doing? We'll see what Emmy is doing. Show Emmy some love. Let's go back. Yes, Curdle Games is streaming for sure. Game dev stuff. Would you guys want to see some games dev stuff or more sculpting? I'll let you guys pick. So we could do Curdle Games, or we can do Emmy. She just went live, but she does a lot more of what I do. So if you want to see some more game stuff, we'll take a small vote. Let you guys pick, since I'll be bailing. You're happy either way? Awesome. That's good. Say UV, Peter, Talon. What do you guys want to see? Either's good with you? All right, all right. Emily has low views. Curl Game has 60 viewers right now. Emily has some low views. We could show her some love. Let's go show her some love. Okay. Okay. For some reason, I can't connect to my own chat. Okay. Weird. We're gonna try that. Let's see if that works through this way. Quite sure why that happens that way, but okay, there it goes. It sung through. It just keeps saying connecting to chat. Look at this. This is my stream, and it just says connecting to chat. Like, okay, quite sure why that is. Whatever, guys. Anyway, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I love the conversation. I will see you all tomorrow. It's Wednesday. Same time, 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time to 3. And we'll finish the articulation of Iron Giant tomorrow. And yeah, that'll be it. I'm going to test print this. That's actually what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to block out some of this, test print it, make sure it's working. Because if not, we're going to fix it all tomorrow. So, all right, guys. I will see you all later. And have a good one. Bye, 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 bye.